The world is changing. Business is faster. And risk is everywhere. In the noise of global disruption, rising uncertainty, and collapsing trust, one question echoes. Who will keep the world accountable? From broken controls to blurred accountability, from ethical lapses to data-driven deception, businesses are navigating a storm, and the need for assurance has never been greater. But this moment isn't just about surviving. It's about transforming. The auditor's role is no longer passive, not a silent observer, but a driver of resilience, a compass for accountability, a force for trust. This is the vision we carry at the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture with the theme, The Transformative Auditor, strengthening assurance amidst evolving business challenge. A call to rise, a call to transform. Together, we'll explore how auditors can lead with integrity, innovation, impact, and be part of the transformation through knowledge, through collaboration, and through the bold steps we take today. We actualize the vision together. The 25th Auditors Transformation Venture, actualizing the vision. Huh?
Ah, viral. Yakin viral.
Nabasa ko lang. Ating trabaho informasi.
Viral memang selalu bikin gempa. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Ini akan tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham. Pada kami lihat pembahasan terkecil. Mana?
Like,
Newsline. Setiap hari, live di April 7.
Di balik setiap proyek yang besar, ada satu hal yang tak ternilai harganya, kepercayaan. Namun, bagi banyak pengusaha, membuktikan kelayakan untuk dipercaya seringkali menjadi tantangan terbesar. Karena itulah, produk servisip jam Pelindo hadir. Salah satu produk kreatif jam Pelindo, Baswedan, dapat membantu Anda dalam tender maupun menjalankan proyek-proyek strategis seperti pembangunan infrastruktur, gedung-gedung, hingga proyek konstruksi lainnya. Prosesnya kami buat jelas dan transparan. Cukup ajukan kelengkapan dokumen usaha Anda ke kantor cabang terdekat, dan tim kami siap membantu.
Dulu saya pikir prosesnya rumit, ternyata mudah dan cepat.
Anda pengusaha yang bergerak di bidang pengadaan barang dan jasa. Perlu bank garansi? Ajukan dulu kontra bank garansi di Jam Krindo supaya proyek bisa berjalan dengan lancar.
Dengan jaminan dari Jam Krindo, usaha saya jadi lebih dipercaya.
Jam Krindo, fondasi kepercayaan, jaminan masa depan. Zaman yang mesti habis. Itu media dan layanan. Bisnis Indonesia menjadi content provider company, pendukung kesuksesan Anda. Kami berkomitmen menghadirkan konten jurnalistik yang komprehensif, sehingga dapat menjadi navigator bisnis terpercaya. Dengan penyajian konten yang segar, kami menjangkau berbagai kalangan. Era digitalisasi memacu kami memberikan informasi yang cepat, relevan, dan berkualitas. Indonesia Group juga hadir dengan sederet layanan jasa sebagai solusi aktivitas ekonomi masyarakat. Event management, riset bisnis, content management, e-commerce, hingga platform pembelajaran daring. Bisnis Indonesia Group senantiasa membuka ruang kolaborasi, bergerak maju bersama, melewati setiap tantangan, dan mewujudkan kejayaan ekonomi Indonesia.
In that soft pulse. Clarity apace. a quiet carriageways.
Perkembangan masyarakat bergerak maju sangat cepat. Dalam pergulatan teknologi informasi, kami menembus batas generasi. Lewat naskah, foto, infografis, live report, program-program unggulan, kami terus berupaya menjadi media digital terbaik.
Every strong market begins with a solid foundation. In Indonesia, preservation and progress advance together, protecting long-term value while building for the future. Growth driven by trade, industry, and innovation calls for a market that is trusted, resilient, and built for the long term. Indonesia Stock Exchange is the nation's capital market infrastructure, connecting market participants to long-term value creation. Over time, IDX has continued to strengthen market depth, expand participation, and bolster market resilience. Aligned with international standards, integrity, transparency, and reliability, earning the trust of global investors. Sustainability is a commitment. We support responsible investment and the transition to a lower carbon economy. With a legacy of trust and a global outlook, Indonesia Stock Exchange continues to shape markets for the future. Indonesia Stock Exchange, shaping markets for a global future.
Potret harmoni kehidupan keluarga.
Bosan.
Kisah humanis yang menyentuh hati.
Lu nggak makan, bro?
Hingga ragam kartun animasi yang syarat
Dia lagi nunggu sesuatu yang baru. Dan kamu harus tahu, se-Indonesia,
sesuatu demi kebaikan diri sendiri.
daging segar ditabur rempah alami, dimarinasi hingga meresap tiap inci, diasap dengan bara api, smoky, bersama juicy, menciptakan banana tasty. Se-Indonesia dibuat dengan hati, memang layak dinikmati.
sekarang.
Wow, se-Indonesia.
Discover inspiring
Seperti itu.
Di balik setiap langkah yang mendorong kemakmuran, ada kekuatan yang menghubungkan keyakinan dengan pertumbuhan dan memelihara keseimbangan. Sebuah komitmen yang terus mendorong ekonomi bangsa. Jamkrindo Syariah hadir sebagai penjaminan syariah terpercaya, mendukung setiap perjalanan menuju kemajuan bersama. Berlandaskan prinsip syariah, kami meneguhkan setiap inisiatif, memperkuat tekad, dan membangun ekosistem yang kokoh dan terjamin. Sejak 2014, Jamkrindo Syariah membangun layanan penjaminan yang handal dan terus menghadirkan inovasi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan berbagai sektor, memperkuat kapabilitas, memperluas jaringan, serta menyediakan solusi yang mendukung berbagai pihak secara konsisten. Rangkaian pencapaian ini diperkuat oleh berbagai penghargaan dan pengakuan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, bukti nyata atas konsistensi dan integritas kami. Hingga kini, layanan kami telah hadir lewat 17 cabang perwakilan di seluruh Indonesia. Upaya kami dalam menghadirkan layanan terbaik mendorong perluasan jaringan dan inovasi produk. terbukti dari jaringan cabang yang terus berkembang di berbagai daerah. Serta hadirnya 10 produk penjaminan unggulan yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Sebagai wujud komitmen dan dedikasi kami, empat di antaranya menjadi pilar.
The 25th Auditor Transformation Venture International Audit Seminar, supported by PT Pertamina Gas Negara. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Christian.
And I am Natasha, will be your master of ceremony for today's seminar.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty for the blessings and guidance, allowing us to be here today for this special seminar.
The Auditors Transformation Venture, or ATV, is the oldest and largest student-organized audit event held under the Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia.
Each year, the ATV seminar highlights current and pertinent issues within the world of auditing, aiming to expand the knowledge and insights of all participants.
We would like to extend our gratitude to the parties who have contributed to the success of this event. A special thank you to our esteemed sponsor of the 25th ATV,
Pertamina Gas Negara,
Jaminan Kredit Indonesia,
the Institute of Internal Auditors Indonesia,
Jisulai,
Bursa Efek Indonesia,
Orang Tua Group,
Juva by Zep Group,
SEI Indonesia,
Jaminan Kredit Indonesia Syariah,
Perusahaan Umum Kehutanan Negara,
Kopi Kenangan,
Cakap,
The Harvest,
Happy Pet,
Azarin,
Kemuning Konveksi,
Ajaib Alfa,
Iluni FEB UI,
Jakarta Industrial Estate Pulau Gadung,
MT Connection,
Itoen,
Krisbar.
And a heartfelt, resounding thank you to our incredible media partners,
Metro TV,
MetroTVNews.com,
Greeneration,
Kompasiana,
Tempo,
Republika,
Ruang Seminar,
Suara.com,
Bisnis Indonesia,
DataIndonesia.id,
Akurat.co,
Yoursay.id,
Gandeng Foundation,
Share UI,
Student X CEOs Jakarta,
RTC UI.
Before we continue, we invite all attendees to stand for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated.
Before we begin, we would like to read the rules and regulations.
Participants must register through bit.ly/insem registration to attend the event.
All participants are required to attend the entire 25th ATV International Audit Seminar until the event ends.
Certificates will only be given to participants who have registered, completed the attendance form, and attend all seminar sessions until the end.
FEB students who want to claim cum must register, complete the attendance form, and attend all sessions from start to finish.
Participants seeking SKP IAI must also meet the same requirements as those claiming for cum.
Question must be relevant and follow the format.
Participants are strictly prohibited from causing disturbance or engaging in any behavior that could create problems during the event.
Participants are not allowed to eat inside this room.
Feel free to share your experience at the 25th ATV International Audit Seminar on social media and tag at ATV FEB. Additional rules for offline attendees.
Please dress appropriately.
Participants must present their confirmation email upon registration.
Only participants who have registered through bit.ly/insem registration are allowed entry. To avoid disrupting speakers and other attendees, please limit unnecessary entries and exits from the auditorium.
Seating is on a first-come, first-served basis.
Please ensure your mobile phone are set to silent mode.
Kindly remain seated and minimize unnecessary entry and exit during session.
The following items are not allowed:
weapons of any kind,
flammable objects,
illegal substance,
cameras with professional lenses,
laser pointers,
cigarettes, e-cigarettes, or vapes.
And kind reminders that the slides will not be given at the end of the seminar.
In-added certificates will be given to participants who have registered and completed the feedback form at the end of the event. Please note that participants must fill out 2 feedback forms, one after each session, as there will be 2 sessions in total. The feedback form will be available in QR code displayed later and also shared via Zoom chat. Today's seminar carries the theme Adapting Audit Roles and Responses in the Digital Era, from Digital Tools to Strengthen Controls.
This seminar is designed to provide comprehensive insight into the digital audit ecosystem, specifically focusing on how emerging technologies like artificial intelligence been reshaping the industry.
We will explore the strategic responses required to strengthen internal controls and leverage innovative tools to enhance efficiency, accuracy, and transparency in financial reporting.
Through this seminar, we hope to foster innovative practices that build trust and resilience in today's technological-driven economic landscape. Before we begin, please allow us to outline today's agenda. We will begin with opening remarks delivered by Mr. Anies Baswedan, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, and Ms. Sophia Fifi Devianti.
Following this, we will move into our first keynote session by Ms. Stefani Tan, Audit and Assurance Lead, CPA Australia.
Followed by second keynote session led by Ms. Sophia Watimea, Chair of the Audit Board of OJK.
Moving into our first main session, the first session will be conducted by Mr. Handro Cahyadi as the Partner of Audit and Assurance, Head of Financial Service KPMG Indonesia, and Mr. Juan Ramon Siahaan as the Audit Partner KAP Liana Ramon Zenia and Rekan.
Then, the second session will be presented by Mr. Yosef Nurman as the Head of Internal Audit PT Mulia Industrindo Tbk, Antonius Gunadi as the Chief Audit Executive PT Bank CIMB Niaga Tbk, and Diantoli as the Head of Internal Audit SP Letter Indonesia.
As an additional note, we would like to inform you that at the end of both main session 1 and main session 2, there will be a door prize session with total prize up to 5 million rupiah. So please, make sure to stay until the end.
To open today's event, please welcome Prof. Desi Adariani as Head of the Accounting Department FEB UI to deliver a speech. We are pleased to invite you to come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers and honored guests, ya Bapak Anies Baswedan, Pak Sandiaga Uno, Sophia Vivi Devianti, member of the National Board of Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, Ms. Stefani Tan, Audit and Assurance Lead at CPA Australia, and Ibu Sophia Watimea soon will be joining us, ya. Chair of the Audit Board and member of the Board of Commissioners OJK or Financial Services Authority, ya. And also respected moderator later, ya, Ms. Liz Suryani, distinguished panelist, Mr. Handro Cahyadi, Mr. Juan Ramon Siahaan, Mr. Yosef Nurman, Mr. Antonius Gunadi, and Mr. Diantoli. Ya. Esteemed colleagues, students, professionals, and participants joining us both offline and online. So there is an online session, right? Okay, very good morning. Very good afternoon, berarti ya. Very good afternoon to you all. On behalf of the Department of Accounting, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, it is my great honor and pleasure, ya, to welcome you to the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture or ATV International Audit Seminar. So we are deeply grateful for your presence and participation in this important forum. I think this is 25th, so it means that it has been held 20 times, yeah. Okay, which reflects our shared commitment to advancing the auditing profession in an increasingly complex and digitally driven environment. So this year's theme, yeah, I think this is very relevant, yeah. Adapting audit roles and responses in the digital era, from digital tools to strengthen controls, captures a fundamental transformation currently reshaping the audit profession, yeah, auditing profession. Now, digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, data analytics, yeah, automation, and integrated information systems. I believe these are not merely tools to enhance efficiency, but they are also redefining, yeah, the very nature of audit assurance, professional judgment, and organizational accountability. So I think that this is very relevant for students and also professionals or practitioners, yeah. Because auditors today are expected to go beyond traditional compliance verification. So it is not traditional compliance anymore, yeah. They are now required to understand complex digital ecosystem, evaluate emerging risks such as cybersecurity and algorithmic bias. We will soon hear from our speakers or panelists, yeah, and ensure the reliability and integrity of digital information. Now, at the same time, the core values of auditing, independence, professional skepticism, integrity, and public trust remain more important than ever. So we will not leave this all behind, yeah, but we will be complemented by the technology, yeah. In this context, the auditing profession stands as the critical intersection between technological innovation and strengthened governance. So while digital tools provide unprecedented capabilities to enhance audit quality and effectiveness, they also require auditors to develop new competencies, adapt their methodologies, and reinforce internal controls to ensure transparency and accountability. So I believe that this is very important and relevant for us today, yeah. And as an academic institution, the Department of Accounting at Universitas Indonesia is committed to supporting this transformation. We strive to prepare future auditors So all students or future auditors here and also our professionals and practitioners who are not only technically competent but also ethically grounded, digitally literate, and of course competitive, We also aim to serve as a platform for dialogue between academia, regulators, and industry, fostering collaboration that strengthens the auditing profession and enhances public trust. So we are truly honored to have with us today distinguished leaders, regulators, and practitioners who will share their valuable insights, experiences, and perspectives. Your contributions are essential in helping us better understand how the audit profession must evolve in response to digital transformation. So thank you very much for all of our speakers and panelists. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee. Thank you for the committee as well as SPA, partners, speakers, and all participants who have made this seminar possible. So your dedication and commitment reflect the collective effort required to advance the profession and strengthen the future of auditing. So I hope that today's discussions will inspire new ideas, deepen our understanding, and encourage meaningful collaboration among all stakeholders. So all participants, students, and professionals or practitioners, please ask as many questions as you can, because we all have the various and also inspired presenters and also panelists and speakers in this event. So finally, I wish you all a productive, insightful, and engaging seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Desi, for the warm remarks.
Next, let us welcome Jennifer Jaukar, as Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. For Jenny, we would like to invite you to the stage.
Okay, thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera, dan Salam Kebajikan untuk kita semua. So good afternoon for distinguished speakers, guests, and also working partners, sponsors, colleagues, and especially our talented participants. As Chief Executive of SPA FEB UI, it is my great honor to welcome you to this year's International Audit Seminar held by the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture, in which ATV is our annual event under SPA FEB UI. First, I would like to express our deep appreciation to our Professor Dr. Desi Adariani. And she's our head of Department of Accounting for the continued support to SPA and this event too. And we're honored to host a distinguished lineup of speakers too, who bring perspective from government, regulation, industry, and practice. Starts from Mr. Mark Babing Dianoli and also Mr. Antonius Gunadi. And also with insightful moderation by Ms. Liz Suryani. Okay, so thank you to all our speakers and all stakeholders who have supported us in our event today. And today's theme is adapting audit rules and responses in digital era, from digital tools to strengthen controls. So it mainly talking about digital tools, AI, analytics, automation, and continuous monitoring to extend auditors' reach. But they also change the nature of risk and control too. So our challenge is clear. We must pair technological capability with strengthened governance, professional judgment, and ethical safeguards so that audit continues to protect stakeholders and also public trust. Over the sessions ahead, I encourage you to listen critically, ask questions, and also be proactive because it's a very crucial issue for us as accountants and also as students to be aware with this issue. And before I close my speech, a quick note for everyone attending in this event. Don't miss the exciting door prize too, that already given by the committees also. And the door prize will be in draws and also in the giveaways. So we have prepared a range of prizes. It starts from a Fujifilm cameras and also Dior lip glow oil, a Casio watch, and many more again of the door prizes again that worth up to 5 million rupees. And also there's also a goodie bags for all participants to and that worth around like 700,000 rupiahs here, right? Okay, so that's very exciting. So I wish that maybe my name will be on that lucky draws, maybe some for this opportunity too, and also your opportunity to get that lucky draws. And so let's today not only just be a seminar, but a real forum for learning, networking, and moving the profession forward. And now, hopefully, the seminar will give you more insights and experience today. So before I end my speech, let's give applause for the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the speech.
Now, please welcome Abdan Muhtadi as Project Officer of the 25th ATV. For Abdan, we would like to invite you to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Our distinguished and esteemed guests. Let me introduce myself. I'm Abdan, as the project officer of the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Indonesia, one of the biggest and the oldest audit event held by university students in Indonesia. First, I would like to express my gratitude to God Almighty who have bring us here, and of course to all my wonderful team who have make this happen. And seeing thousands of you here today, let's give round of applause to us. Okay, now we talk about a little bit about our work as accountant or auditor. Maybe we know about the rules. We know that. Have you ever imagined if the accounting cycle without adjusting entries? Maybe you'll see your employees knocking on your doors, keep asking for her salaries that haven't been you accrued yet on your financial statement. Or maybe you will feel like the richest person in the world because your inventory seems unlimited. It is because no one bothered to adjust it at the end of the year. Now we can realize if the accounting cycle without adjusting entries will be messy, will be understated or overstated or even wrong. And it is precisely we know that the adjusting entries is the important is uh, is important in the accounting cycle. So that's why we are here. The International Audit Seminar of the 25th Auditor Transformation Venture is act like the adjusting entries of the auditing world. Just like a balance sheet, the auditing world just need their adjusting entries to remain relevant in this fast-paced era. Our seminar this year, it's all about making this adjustment, ensuring that we not only keep up with development, but truly lead the way. So, stay curious, ask tough questions, and more importantly, enjoy the vibe. Welcome to the 25th ATV FEB, and let's get started. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Abdan, for the speech. Now, to begin our event, we are honored to invite Mr. Anis Baswedan to deliver the first opening remarks. Please give applause to Mr. Anis.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We extend our sincere appreciation to the successful organizations of the 25th ATV International Seminar hosted by the Auditors Transformation Venture, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. 25 years of continuous journey reflects the student consistency in nurturing academic discussions that remain relevant to the changing times. This forum plays a vital role in bringing together ideas, experiences, and perspectives across generations. May this seminar continue to serve as a learning space that fosters awareness, integrity, and the spirit of contributions to the futures of Indonesia. Warm regards to everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Anis, for the warm remarks.
Now, we welcome Mr. Sandiaga Uno to deliver the second opening remarks. Please give applause to Mr. Sandiaga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan rahayu. Distinguished guests, faculty members, esteemed participants of the international seminar, Faculty of Economics and Business of the University of Indonesia. First, digital transformation is reshaping how businesses operate and how risks are managed. In this context, auditors play a strategic role in safeguarding trust, business sustainability, and economic stability. I would like to add, first, audit and trust are the growth engine. Second, strong governance increases market confidence, attract investments, and create jobs. Third, digital audit is mandatory. AI, analytics, and automations improve accuracy and efficiency while reducing the cost of compliance or affordability. Fourth, market confidence anchor, robust digital internal controls protect financial integrity and business continuity. Fifth, auditors' role shift from compliance checker to strategic assurance, partner and data-driven early warning system. And then the sixth is also equally important, which is the end goal of inclusive and sustainable growth, effective audit frameworks supports affordability and strengthening the micro, small, medium enterprises to expand business opportunities and create sustainable jobs. In closing, audit transformation is not merely about technology, it is about trust. When governance is strong and compliance costs are efficient, businesses grow, opportunities expand, and jobs are created. And I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiaga, for the warm remarks.
Now, we are ready to move forward with our first keynote session, which will be conducted by Ms. Stefani Tan. Stefani Tan is the Audit and Assurance Lead at CPA Australia, focusing on emerging trends such as sustainability assurance and the impact of technology on auditing. She leads policy and advocacy initiatives, working with regulators and industry stakeholders to enhance audit quality through AI, data analytics, and automation. Tiffany also supports the professional transition to sustainability reporting, including the implementation of IFFA 5000. Passionate about the future of accounting, she promotes the development of technical, ethical, and digital capabilities needed for the next generation of auditors. She frequently speaks on how technology, sustainability, and global regulation are reshaping the profession and strengthening the public trust.
Without further ado, please give a round of applause for Miss Stefani Tan.
Due to technical issues of Miss Stefani Tan, we will first run the TVC.
The world is changing. Business is faster. And risk is everywhere. In the noise of global disruption, rising uncertainty, and collapsing trust, faster. One question echoes is everywhere. Who will keep the world accountable? Global disruption, from rising uncertainties and collapsing trust. One ethical lapses to data-driven deception. Keep the world accountable. Businesses are navigating the storm, and the need for assurance has never been greater. To data-driven deception isn't just about surviving. Are navigating about transforming. And the need for assurance. The auditor's role is no longer greater. Not a silent observer, just about but a driving of resilience. It's about transforming. A compass for accountability. The auditor's role is no longer for trust. Not this a silent is the vision we carry, but a driver. The 25th Auditor's Transformation Venture for accountability. With the theme, a force for trust. Auditor. This is the vision we carry at this evolving business challenge. Transformation Venture. Call rise. With the theme to transform. The transformative together, auditor will explore strengthening assurance at this evolving with business challenge. Innovation. A call to rise. And be part to of the transformation. Together, we'll explore how others can reach with integrity, the bold steps, innovation today, impact, we and be part of the transformation. Through 25th Auditors, through Transformation Venture, and through the bold actualizing we take the today. Vision. We actualize the vision together. The 25th Auditors Transformation Venture, actualizing the vision.
Continue our opening remarks, we would like to invite Miss Sophia VP Devianti to deliver the third opening remark. Please give applause to Miss Sophia.
Yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think Bu Yulianti is in the morning, she present, is it? Okay, so Honorable Miss Yulianti Abbas, Dean of Economy and Business Faculty Universitas Indonesia, and then Prof. Desi Andariani, Director of Department Accounting Universitas Indonesia, and then Miss Jennifer Jaukar, Chief Executive Studi Profesional Akuntansi FEB UI, distinguished speaker, respected colleague, ladies and gentlemen, all students. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is really a pleasure for me to hear with all of you today. Actually, this is my alma mater, UI. I graduated in 1997, so it's a long, long time ago. Especially today in a forum where the majority of participants are future accountant and also a future leader of Indonesia. It is, I would like sincerely express my gratitude to the Committee of Studi Professionalism Accountant, FEB-UI, for inviting me representing IAI on the venue of the Auditor Transformation Venture or ATV. The theme that we are discussing start this morning until this afternoon is regarding the adapting audit roles and responses in the digital era, from digital tools to strengthen control. So actually this theme is very relevant in today practitioner, but also for all of students who attend this seminar today, because as we know, digital transformation, or I think everybody understand about the artificial intelligence or AI. We use that in everyday our activities, not only when we make a decision, but it's almost in every day. When we wake up, we already use the AI to remind us about our activity. And also, I think most of you are still students, so preparing your study, and for practitioner, we also use AI. But how about the risks and challenges in digital transformation for us as an auditor? So we understand that we entering the accounting world at a time of extraordinary transformation. So businesses today operate on digital platform. I believe that everybody understand about use the QRIS in every time we do a payment. So this is actually a part of the digital transformation today. So as an auditor, we also use a data analytic to examine millions of transactions in second. Not to mention about the artificial intelligence. I think in education world we use AI a lot. But how about in accounting and auditing world? Can we use AI? That's a big question. So for today, this means that as an accountant or an auditor, our work will be very much different from what it was 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. I think some of you hasn't been in this world 10 or 20 years ago. Okay, for student, audit, as an auditor, audit is no longer limited to checking out document or verifying manual records. Even during the COVID, like in my office in Supreme Audit Institution of Indonesia, when we conduct the physical examination to ensure that the audit evidence accurate and existed, we use the digital. We use at that moment when we start the COVID in 2020, we haven't had any Zoom. So we're having a problem around 3 months. How we communicate with our auditee, how we conduct the physical examination as an auditor, how we ensure that when we conduct the physical examination, the audit evidence is the true evidence that's supposed to be recorded in the financial report. So, however, we understand that when an auditor analyzes data pattern, evaluate system control, assess cybersecurity risk, and understand how algorithm affect financial reporting, we dealing a lot with the use of the digital transformation, or we use the AI. So let me emphasize something important. Technology is only the tools. So one of us or every one of us sometimes put technology in everything. In fact, if I'm quite a TikTok viewer, so I always watch TikTok and then for the social media, and there's a challenge for people like me, 50 above, to use the AI. So this AI challenge for people above 50. But this means that we cannot exclude our life from the digital transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the foundation of audit remain strong internal control, sound judgment, and ethical integrity. So, digital tools can help us analyze the data faster. We can use AI in any kind of AI, but they cannot replace professional skepticism and auditors' integrity. One example in the audit work, there is we have one case in which the auditor used the AI, but when the auditor was asked where he get the data, then it becoming a problem. Here we're talking about the auditor's integrity. So when we use an AI, when we use a technology, we should be responsible about the source. So the technology itself cannot replace the courage to question, to challenge assumption, and to uphold independence. That's only belong to human. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this digital era, risks are more complex. Cyber fraud, data manipulation, unauthorized system access, and automated errors are real threat. So this is what we should face in today's digital transformation as an accountant and also as an accountant being an auditor. That is why strength and control are essential. As future professional, you must understand not only accounting standard, but also information system, governance, and risk management and compliance. So when we say that we're going to be an accountant, but if we only keep as a traditional accountant, we didn't want to know anything beyond the accountant, or we only concerned about the number, then we will be left behind. So as an accountant, the more digital environment become, the more critical our role will be in safeguarding transparency and accountability. So this is why I encourage all of us from early on to cultivate pride and passion for the accounting profession. Being an accountant is not simply about mastering technical skill. I think for all students, this should be bear in your mind that as an accountant, okay, we should know how to do technical skill. No, this is more beyond that. So it is about being entrusted with public confidence. That's the most important thing. When being an accountant or an auditor, trust is number one. So when we say we have a lot of knowledge in technical skill, understanding all the accounting standard, that will be nothing if we left ourselves behind without understand about the process or the function of technology. So it is about ensuring that financial information can be relied upon by investor, regulation, and society. I also strongly encourage all of you to become member of the EAE as EAE student member, especially for the student. Because, ladies and gentlemen, by joining the AI Connect, students have a professional community that can uphold standard, ethics, and continuous learning. So this will signal your commitment to professionalism. Furthermore, by set your sight on earning the chartered accountant. As an accountant, I suggest that all of us should have the CA, because all the regulation nowadays request us to have the qualification. So the CA designation through the EAE professional examination. The CA qualification represent competence, credibility, and alignment with the international standard. Even us as an auditor, when we present our finding in front of the court as an expert, our qualification will be questioned. So before testimony, usually we are questioned about our competence, and the CA qualification is one validation about our competence. In a competitive and digitalized job market, professional certification will significantly strengthen your career path. So, ladies and gentlemen, students, to support your development, EAE provides various platforms for young accountants. One of them is Aspiring Professional Accountant Festival, APAFest. I think most of the FEB students in UI understand about the APAFest because some of the participants last year also come from the FEB UI. So APAFest is a dynamic forum designed specifically for students and young professionals. APAFest is a space to learn from practitioners, expand your network, that's the important thing in nowadays, and then exchange ideas, also build confidence as a future leader in the profession. I warmly invite all of you to participate and take advantage of this opportunity. Dear students, the digital era does not reduce the importance of accountant. Remember that. So in fact, it increases the need. So as an accountant, a system become more complex. Society need professionals who are competent, ethical, and technologically literate. So you have the opportunity to shape the future of accountancy in Indonesia. So student, prepare yourself, strengthen your knowledge, develop your digital skill. But most importantly, nurture integrity and professional skepticism. Those two words are very crucial as an accountant. Professional skepticism and also our integrity. So because in the end, trust remains the most valuable asset in our profession. Ladies and gentlemen, students, I think that's my remark to remind us how important the accounting profession. And through this seminar, I hope everyone can gain value in knowledge, benefit sharing, and join a wider network in accountancy professional. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful, inspiring seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Sophia, for the warm remarks. And as a token of appreciation, we will present plaques to Miss Sophia Fifi Devianti as our opening remarks speaker, followed by a documentation session. We invite Abdan as the project officer of the 25th ATV to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3, 2, 1.
Once again, thank you, Miss Sophia, and thank you to all our speakers for the meaningful and inspiring opening remarks. Your words have truly set the tone for today's event.
Now, let us continue with our first keynote session, which will be conducted by Ms. Stefani Tan.
Everything matched great, If it didn't, a longer day, start again, right? But my most memorable stock take is at the winery. So I've privileged enough to have a winery as my clients. So for everything matched great, If it didn't, a longer day, start again, right? But my most memorable stock take is at the winery. So I've privileged enough to have a winery as my clients. So for everything matched great, If it didn't, a longer day, start again, right? But my most memorable stock take is at the winery. So I've privileged enough to have a winery as my clients. So for everything matched great, If it didn't, a longer day, start again, right? But my most memorable stock take is at the winery. So I've privileged enough to have a winery as my clients. So for everything matched great, If it didn't, a longer day, start again, right? But Okay, so I've just got a message from the team that you can only hear me in the Zoom, but not for the live audience. I might have to defer to the team and how we should proceed. Okay, so I've just got a message from the team that you can only hear me in the Zoom, but not for the live audience. I don't know where I stopped actually. I think I stopped where we had winery clients. And for those winery clients, we didn't just count the barrel. We used a dipstick. We opened up the barrel, and yes, we tasted the. That's all professional reason, and just to ensure that the wine hasn't turned into vinegar. Stop obsolescence is key. Again, back then, audit is very hands-on, very human, and very sensory. Fast forward to today, I understand that auditors aren't tasting wine anymore like what I used to do. So now they're auditing the system. They're auditing automated control. They're assuring climate and sustainability data. They're testing ESG metrics, right? And they're also challenging AI systems in milliseconds. And sometimes the AI system does make mistakes at scale at the same time, right? So no, auditing didn't just get boring. Auditing and the job didn't disappear. From my perspective, I think auditing today got upgraded. From spreadsheet to system, from wine barrels to challenging data models, from ticking boxes and protecting trust. And I heard about the trust being mentioned many times, and I concur about how important trust is. And in the world of AI, automation, and deepfake, here's the truth for the generation of auditors to come. Trust is becoming the most valuable asset of the economy, and auditors, you're trained to protect it. I'm going to the next slide, which is this one here, which is on screen. Sorry, that one was the before one. No, back one before, please. The one before will be good. So I may be starting the obvious. This slide is on the screen already, but anyway, I'll just quickly repeat that. Digital disruption is not in the future. It is here. It is now. And it's part of everyday's life. Across the world, digital technology are reshaping how business operates, how risk emerge, and how assurance is being delivered, which will form the background of our economy, right? So we are seeing, in practice, we're seeing explosion of data volumes, automation through cloud computing, APIs, and integrated ERP system for many years now. Rapid adoption of AI-enabled tools is happening as well at a rapid pace. Analytics, natural language processing, think ChatGPT, Copilot, as for example, continuous monitoring by large corporate and governance, and increased regulatory focus on the cyber resilience of the company. Technology governance, have they implemented that properly? And digital reporting. And for auditors, this means your environment is no longer just evolving, it's transforming. Next, please. And please allow me to explain the 3 R's that I have on screen at the moment. In my view, in the digital world, we need to redefine, reassess, and respond. When I say redefine, I'm talking more about redefining the role of auditors in today's age, right? So auditors are no longer traditional checker of documents. They are now evaluator of system, algorithm, and digital controls. They are the interpreter of data patterns. They are the communicator of strategic insights. They're the guardian of trust in fast-changing environments. Technology will not replace auditors, that was mentioned before, but auditors who use technology will replace those that won't. So the second R that I'm referring to is reassessing risks. Emerging digital risk includes cyber attack, ransomware, which is common, data integrity issue in the cloud system. How do we make sure that those are protected? Algorithm bias is real. And then also the concern that auditors always had, or people that use AI, is how do you explain the output? Where's the transparency of those algorithms is another concern that brings a new layer of risk. And also the real-time transaction risk. and over-reliance on third-party service provider as well. That's another risk. We sort of like get all this job done by the AI, and then what left for us to do, So that is another risk. And we can't over-rely on the third-party service provider as well with all the data that's coming through. The other one is risk assessment now require auditors to understand as part of the risk assessment and how information flow across the system, because you have now multiple systems talking to each other at the seamless phase, and the quality and reliability of the data as well, and the potential vulnerability in automated system and processes as well. So the last R that I'm referring to is responding to change. Our response must combine strong digital skills, improved audit methodology, deeper collaboration with technology specialists so we can understand what's going on behind the scene a little bit more. Not like we need to be the technology specialists ourselves, but we need to understand their work, and alignment with modern standards and quality management expectation. In short, we need to outsmart the machine. Next slide, please. I have heard many noises in the market, and especially in the last couple of weeks, people will come up to me and say, hey, you know what? There will be no future for knowledge workers such as accountants or auditors. But I'm not quite sure if I would agree, with that comment, but at least I'm thinking in the immediate future, not yet, right? Often when this question is being posed to me, there's no future for auditors, I would reflect and ask the question back to the person and say, if AI is ever taking over the audit, who is going to sign up on all the audit reports, right? So that's my first question. And I get this blank face. And then the next thing is can investors or regulators sue AI for negligence? The answer will be no. Not yet, not likely for obvious reason. First, we can't hold AI to responsible. And second, we can't punish AI, even though we know AI is in the wrong. So we've got cases like that already, but still the human behind it should be in control, right? Personally, I don't think that, I do think that we are living in this exciting era, and it actually provides transformative opportunity for the future auditors. I don't think, we need to worry about our job, not yet, at least, right? So while digital disruption introduces complexity, it also unlocks major opportunity for the profession. Technology will enhance audit quality as a start, right? Digital tools will allow for full population testing, anomaly detection, automated reconciliation, continuously monitoring from day one, and the long talk about the continuous audit might be a reality soon. Imagine not having to do the traditional accepted audit busy season where, it's common for auditors to work more than 12 hours a day over a 3 months period, right? Wouldn't that be a dream where we can just get things done on a continuous basis and have the high quality audit outcome? Technology will also strengthen assurance and allow auditors to focus on high judgment areas. Again, I reinforce the importance of judgment because AI or technology cannot provide that judgment. Only human can provide that judgment. And that leads to increase in efficiency. Automation reduce time spent on boring manual work, enable auditors to stay cost competitive while improving audit quality. While we are spending less time on the manual work, we are value adding through insights. Data analytics shift auditors from a backward-looking verifier to a future-looking advisors. And new assurance services will be on the horizon as well. Auditors can now expand into area has already done that actually, such as cybersecurity audits, ESG and sustainability assurance, digital reporting assurance, data governance review, or AI assurance in the future. These are fast-growing fields where young auditors can lead. Next slide, please. So, and the regulators caught up to date, with the practice that we are, going 100 miles an hour. The good news is, yes, Globally, standard setters, regulators recognize that digital transformation requires rethinking audit approaches. Internationally, key developments has already commenced. This includes renewed focus on technology-related risk within the audit standards. That also includes the quality management standards, the ethics standards, and that all emphasize on responsible use of AI or technology governance in the space. Increased attention on using technology responsibly, including AI, has to be able to explain and be transparent, and also the independence concern that's being raised by regulators and practitioners and so on. Because of this, we have already started seeing increased collaboration between regulators, professional bodies like CPA Australia, technology experts, and auditors sharing information. As your role as a future profession is to be active participant in shaping this evolution, and do not be a passive observer. Next slide, please. So, next slide. Yeah. So to take me to a very important topic: responsible use of AI. The use case in practice already in the market. So auditors are already using automating like routine tests, analyzing contract, detecting anomalies, drafting work papers, and so on. But what is really important is about the oversight of the work that the AI or the technology-aided tools is using. Auditors must always ensure evidence are sufficient, relevant. It can be explained, like those output from the technology tools can be explained. Independence and bias control has been applied. And the most important thing is there's a clear evidence of human in the loop process. So we have seen cases of AI hallucinating, making up stories as they went without fact-checking AI output or human in the loop. There will be a real risk of reputation to the profession. So be mindful about that. And just remember that AI is powerful, but at the end of the day, it's just a tool. It should augment and not replace professional judgment. Human must remain in the driver's seat and not lose control over AI. This sounded a bit scary, a bit like the movie Terminator, but it's true. We need to make sure that we're always in the driver's seat when we use the tools such as AI. Next slide, please. So, with all this information about how rapid the profession is transforming, I thought it might be fitting to share what skills I believe we need for the future auditors in the room. I think the previous presenter had touched on this as well, so I will concur with what she had said. But mostly, I'm going to wrap it up quickly. To thrive as a transformative auditors, students and young professionals should focus on building a hybrid skill set. I agree with her. Technical audit skill, it's empirical. So we're talking about foundational accounting, assurance, and risk principle remain essential. You do not forget about your technical grounding skills. Digital competency, again, about data literacy, understanding how automated system work. You don't need to know how to code per se, but you need to know how it works. Ability to interpret analytics and evaluating control over digital processes is also critical. The one in the middle, which is professional judgment, it's at core. Okay, so that's why I've sort of highlight that to be in the middle. Technology can support analysis, but only human can question, can challenge, and can reason with professional skepticism. Adaptability and curiosity. We need to keep pace with change. That means continuous learning is a must, and it has to become a mindset, not set and forget. Communication and collaboration has always been important, but in this digital age, it's even more important because future auditors must communicate insight clearly and work across multidisciplinary teams. Next slide, please. So for my final thoughts, in closing, I would like you guys to remember that as you prepare to enter the profession, it's an exciting time. The future auditors is not defined by tools or the technology they use, but by their mindsets. The profession needs individuals who can bridge technology and trust, innovation and integrity, efficiency and ethics. Businesses and professions are vital pillars for the economic growth. Businesses need skilled auditors who can guide them confidently through transformation. You are stepping into a profession that is more dynamic than ever, impactful and future-orientated. So today, as I leave the room for you guys to think about, we talk about digital disruption, AI, and future of audit. I'd like to invite you to keep one question in mind. If trust is the real asset of the future, what kind of auditors will you choose to become? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stefani Tan, for your incredible presentation. To express our sincere appreciation, we will present a certificate to Ms. Stefani Tan as our keynote speaker, continued by a documentation session. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1.
Once again, thank you to Ms. Stefani Tan for your presentation.
Now, we will proceed to the video of TVC.
The world is changing. Business is faster. And risk is
Before we
everywhere.
continue, we would like
In
to
the
greet Ms.
noise of
Sophia
global
Watimena
disruption,
as
rising
Chair of the
uncertainty,
Audit Board of Otoritas Jasa Keuangan or OJK.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to Ms. Sophia Watimena for attending our international seminar.
Please, once again, give another round of applause for Ms. Sophia Watimena.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are still in a very good spirit because this is already, maybe they already have lunchtime, right? Okay. Okay, Ibu Yulianti, the Dean of FEB UI, perhaps is already having another meeting. Professor Desi Adariani, I just met her a couple of minutes ago. Dr. Sophia Fifi Devianti, Ibu, thank you. Panelists, moderator, and all attendees. I think this is the second time for me to speak here. Yeah, so it is an honor for me to be here. And at this event, I will bring up the topic of building regulatory resilience, reinforcing audit governance in Indonesia's digital financial ecosystem. I would extend my appreciation to the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, for hosting today's event and bringing us together. I would like also to extend my warm wishes in welcoming the holy month of Ramadan. Happy fasting to all my Muslim fellow. Wishing you a smooth and blessed Ramadan. May this holy month bring peace and joy to all of us. Let's begin with the big picture. the global risks. According to the Risk in Focus 2026, published by IIA, the Institute of Internal Auditors, the three major global risks are related to information technology, specifically cybersecurity, digital disruption, including artificial intelligence, and business resilience. In Indonesia, these risks are reinforced by data from BSSN, which recorded 5.1 billion cyber attack attempts in 2025. A very significant numbers, yeah? And these numbers are significantly higher since 2020. Many of these attacks are like an iceberg phenomenon, with a large portion going undetected by cybersecurity system of the targeted organizations. This shows that behind the great potential of digital transformation, there are increasingly sophisticated threats. Various incidents over the past year have provided valuable lessons learned. Cases involving breaches of rekening dana nasabah (RDN), customer fund accounts, attacks on banking systems, and the use of crypto assets for money laundering demonstrate that cyber risk can result in financial losses. We have witnessed incidents ranging from customer fund breaches and banking system attacks to phishing schemes, mobile banking attack, and NFC. What is NFC? NFC is a near field communication fraud, ransomware, insider abuse, and even AI-enabled malware. Furthermore, the World Economic Forum survey indicates that most respondents report key cyber risks have increased over the past years. Indonesia also faces additional challenges in managing fraud. According to the Global Fraud Index 2025, which was recently released, Indonesia ranks 111 out of 112 countries. Indicates that fraud management and prevention mechanisms still require significant improvement. The data also suggests that further enhancements are needed across several dimensions, including government intervention, digital security system, and the prevention of access to fraud-enabling facilities. Several points I explained earlier highlight the need to strengthen governance, particularly IT governance, in responding to the digital financial ecosystem. Digitalization is seen as a key enabler of transparency, as it enhances documentation, traceability, and reduces manual intervention, of course. However, digitalization does not automatically ensure accountability, but must be supported and safeguarded from various aspects, including effective internal controls, comprehensive risk management, and robust oversight. This is very essential to maintain stability in the financial services sector and preserve public trust. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next session, I will present several policies issued by OJK, as well as some best practices to strengthen cyber resilience in the financial services sector. OJK has issued various policies to strengthen digital resilience and information technology risk management, including regulations on IT governance, cybersecurity guidelines, and risk management standards as the foundation for stronger and more accountable technology implementation. In addition, OJK has launched OJK Infinity 2.0 and the Regulatory Sandbox as platforms to test and assess digital financial innovations before their wider implementation to the public. These approaches are allowing risks to be evaluated and regulations to be developed more effectively. Organizations must establish a cybersecurity framework. One widely used framework is the NIST, perhaps some of you are already familiar with, National Institute of Standards and Technology Framework, which covers identify, protect, detect, response, and recover. Key priorities include continuous vulnerability monitoring, strict control of privileged access, comprehensive data encryption, regular updates of threat scenarios, and careful recovery planning, particularly assessing backup readiness and also maximum recovery time. Moreover, interestingly, what we call OTP or one-time password is no longer enough as the main security control. Most account takeover cases today occur not because systems are hacked, but because users are manipulated through phishing and social engineering. Therefore, organizations must adopt an adaptive and layered security approach while strengthening event logging, managing legacy IT risks, adopting secure technologies, and ensuring a rapid response as soon as possible to minimize losses and identify root causes. At the individual level, risk can be reduced by using multi-factor authentication or MFA, strong and unique passwords, regular data backups, and keeping devices and software updated. Perhaps it seems too technical for you, but it is very important to be implemented. For the business continuity management, OJK has issued regulations on risk management that emphasize the importance of business continuity management and disaster recovery planning. Banks are required to establish a DRP or disaster recovery plan, conduct regular trials at least once a year on all critical applications and infrastructure based on business impact analysis, and involve relevant IT users in the process. In addition, banks must review and update their DRP annually to ensure operational resilience and readiness in responding to potential disruptions. Following past incidents that revealed operational vulnerabilities, OJK has strengthened its business continuity management or BCM framework. The enhancements focus on improving information system resilience, strengthening policies and coordination, and reinforcing collaboration with key stakeholders, supported by structured incident response and business continuity plans to ensure rapid recovery and service continuity. However, we are also aware that governance alone is not sufficient. Effective supervision must also be supported by technology. Therefore, in the third part, I will explain several tools being used to support supervisory activities. OJK utilizes data analytic tools as an early warning system in supervising financial services institutions. Several applications have been developed. For example, the CACM, or Continuous Auditing Continuous Monitoring Information System, which is integrated with various supervisory and supporting systems. Also, OJK's Subtech Integrated Data Analytics, or OSIDA, and also Portal Informasi dan Monitoring Efek IKNB, or PRIME, help identify anomalies, compliance issues, and investment risks to enable timely supervisory actions. For example, data analytics dashboards are used to detect banks' compliance in reporting credit quality based on the day of past due. In the insurance sector, for example, analytics scenarios are also applied to detect potential understated liabilities based on premium values being received by the companies. The use of AI, or artificial intelligence, in the financial sector offers significant opportunities to enhance efficiency, decision making, and risk management. In OJK itself, AI is utilized for compliance analysis of issuer and public company reports, sentiment analysis, and financial analysis in the licensing process. However, AI implementation must always be accompanied by strong governance, human oversight, and proper maintenance to ensure accountability and responsible use. Globally, regulators in US such as SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, Federal Reserve, Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, have strengthened oversight related to AI governance, model risk management, and third-party supervision. In line with this, OJK has issued guidelines on AI governance, emphasizing accountability, transparency, fairness, data quality, and risk mitigation. These guidelines are published particularly in addressing challenges such as bias, data integrity issues, and privacy concerns. In conclusion, the rapid growth of Indonesia's digital financial ecosystem brings both tremendous opportunities and, at the same time, significant risks. To navigate this landscape, we must strengthen governance, enhance cyber resilience, and leverage technology responsibly. I hope my presentation is beneficial for all participants. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sophia Watimea, for the incredible presentation.
To express our sincere appreciation, we will present a plaque to Miss Sophia Watimea as our keynote speaker, continued by a documentation session. We invite Atala, as the controller of the 25th ATV, to kindly present the plaque.
Allow me to help guide the documentation session on the count of three. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Once again, allow me to guide the documentation session. 3, 2, 1. Foto bersama dulu. Oke. Thank you, Miss Sophia Watimea, for your time.
Once again, let's give a round of applause for Bu Sophia Watimea. Now, we proceed to the main session moderated by Ms. Liz Suryani.
Ms. Liz is a seasoned internal audit and risk professional with over 15 years of experience in the life insurance industry. With deep expertise in governance, risk management, and internal control frameworks across local and global organizations. She currently serves as head of internal audit, part of a group-wide internal audit at PT Prudensial Life Assurance Indonesia, where she leads audit strategies aligned with global methodologies, oversees cross-jurisdictional audit activities, and works closely with the audit committee, executive committee, and senior management on the key governance and risk matters. Ms. Liz holds a Master of Business Management from Bina Nusantara International School and a bachelor degree in Computerized Accounting from Bina Nusantara University. She is a qualified internal auditor, an Indonesia internal audit practitioner, and holds professional certification including Certified Risk Governance Professional and Qualified Risk Governance Professional. She currently serves as the Board of Governance member of the Institute of Internal Auditors Indonesia.
Without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Ms. Liz Suryani.
Thank you, MC, for the introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, respected guests, professionals, practitioners, and all participants of the 25th International Audit Seminar. First of all, thank you so much for being here and welcome to the ATV University of Indonesia. We're really happy to see so many familiar and new faces joining us today for both online and on-site. It is a great honor for me to serve as the moderator for today's seminar, and I'll be accompanying you from the beginning until end of this panel session. So, hopefully we will have a smooth, engaging, attractive, and enjoyable discussion together. For our first session, we'll be discussing a very relevant and timely topic: strategic utilization of emerging audit technologies, repositioning the auditor in the era of AI, analytics, and automation. As all we know, technology is rapidly reshaping the audit provision. With AI, data analytics, and automation is no longer future concept, but they are already here, the current concept. This session will explore how auditors can strategically adapt, stay relevant, and even create more value in this evolving landscape. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speakers. We are honored to have Pak Andrew Cahyadi with us today. Pak Andrew Cahyadi is a partner and the head of financial services, as well as head of IT audit and assurance at the KPMG Indonesia. He has nearly 20 years of professional experience in audit and assurance, having worked in KPMG in both New York and Indonesia. As part of the KPMG financial service practices, Pak Andrew has extensive experience serving a wide range of financial institutions, including commercial and investment bank, finance company, fintech firms, insurance company, broker dealers, as well as public listed entities, IPO engagement, and corporate action processes. In addition, he leads IT audit and assurance services at KPMG Indonesia with a strong focus on audit technology, data analytics, and digital transformation. He actively drives the adoption of emerging technologies such as robotic process automation, blockchain, and cognitive computing within audit practices. Pak Andrew is a certified public accountant in Indonesia, a member of EAPI and ISAKA, and holds several international certifications like IFRS, data analytics, and accounting. He is also an active speaker and trainer, particularly in the areas of the financial instrument and banking related topics. Please join me in welcoming Pak Andrew.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Selamat siang. So, can we pull my slides up? So really happy today, to join today's sessions. So thank you, the leadership at University of Indonesia for the invitations and warm welcome. Thank you as well for the ATV organizing committee for all the work behind the scenes, and also my fellow panelists and also the moderators. So I think to everyone here in the auditorium, students, lecturers, guests, and everyone who's joining online via Zoom. So thank you for being with us today. So I think today, okay, my slide is on already. Yeah, so not really sure to have my pictures. So I think today I want to talk about something simple. AI can help auditors to see more, faster, and across more data than ever before. But I think the more powerful tools, the more important our judgment becomes. So I think the theme that I picked today is maybe go back one slide, right? So go back one slide, previous slide. So the topic is basically harnessing insight while we preserve skepticism. So I'm gonna walk you guys through, how AI and analytics are transforming audit and assurance. But I think quick disclaimer here. So I'm talking today on behalf of my personal experience, not representing and not representing my firms or the professional organizations that I'm part of. So let's start with the next slide. So audit yesterday. So when we look at these two pictures here, this is basically showing what audit that we usually know, that we learn through throughout our period in university, right? Audit yesterday, we built a big picture through a small glimpse. We look at the small holes in the keyholes, try to see what's inside, and then draw the conclusion from that from that evidence. And the other picture, to gain knowledge of where to dip in our bucket into the water. So we take one small bucket. That means usually audit we do sampling. So we do small amount of samplings, let's say like 25 samples of revenue items. Try to conclude the whole $1 billion of revenue. Is that really relevant today? So that's what we're gonna address throughout my presentation today. So let's go to the next slide. So why the hype? So as our topic today is basically auditors in the era of AI analytics and automations, right? So why the hype? The term artificial intelligence or AI, this is not basically something new. It has been there, since 1956. AI is basically a field, of computer science where, computer try to learn how to act like humans, like computer learns how to think like humans. So later, I think in 97, machine learning, this is basically like 5-10 years ago, this is a very popular tools as well, statistical algorithm, which can predict or, find patterns from a data set of our clients, where we can, see any outliers or any anomalies in the populations. This is also widely used in the industry as well, especially like in the FS industry. When you think about banking, when you guys have like a credit card transactions, usually, behind that, the banks, some bigger banks, basically they use a discriminative AI, try to learn from your previous purchases, and then whether any kind of new transactions that happen in the futures, whether it is an anomalies or something, then you guys will get like a text message from your banks after, swiping not a normal transactions, like for example, swiping the card overseas, right? And also, so basically machine learning, using the data, learn the patterns, and then make use of that pattern to draw conclusions. And then deep learning, this is something that more advanced than the machine learning. Imagine something like the computer that can basically read a handwriting, and also process a huge a PDF document, that is a scanned PDF document. And then I think the last one, this is the more popular one, and you guys, I think every one of us use ChatGPT before, right? ChatGPT, Gemini, nowadays everyone use it as part of their life, asking like just casual questions, recommendations, and all other stuff, right? So this is Gen AI. Gen AI is something new. Gen AI is basically an AI model algorithm that can make something out of it doesn't find patterns and try to look on the historical patterns, right? It also can generate something out of the any historical data that we use these machines or this model to train it on. So I think this is something that basically coming in 2021 and then basically change everything. So going to the next slide. So this is basically AI journey for the audit. So the first one is human with assistant. With assistant, this is something that probably in some of the bigger accounting firms, consulting firms use already, right? Right now we are basically deploying like chat agents, and every employee will get their own either it is like in-house AI tools, or basically Microsoft Copilot to help them to do their day-to-day tasks. So AI assistants basically available for all auditors to assist the performance of the whether it can be used for the knowledge assistance, flowchart generator. Flowchart generator is something like previously many years ago we meet with the clients, we do the walkthrough, we document all of the process. But right now, based on that process documentation that has like probably 20 pages, 30 pages, we throw it into our AI tools, then it will become like a very cool flowchart documentations. Okay. And also document extractions. This is basically something that really useful for the audit, whether it is used for the reading through summarizing documents, key regulations, and other stuff. Tomorrow, this is probably tomorrow or 12 months from now, we'll see a lot of human and agent teams. This is the multi-agent team. Agents basically, probably you guys have you guys heard about agentic AI? Used that before? Agentic AI is basically, we don't, it's not just like chatting through ChatGPT anymore, but we can ask this agent to do stuff. We set up the environment, ask them to do something, and then they will, follow whether it is previously trend guidance, audit documentations. They will follow that logic and then put everything into documentations. That's basically agent. Agent can do many things for coding, for audit documentation, and other stuff. Even for to schedule a meeting, find the timing for a meeting, the best time for meetings, if it involves like a lot of participants. Also, so this is the multi agents. Tomorrow or 12 months from now, we will see a lot of that coming. So these agents basically will be capable of performing like end-to-end audit procedures, while myself, we have not really deploying this stuff already, but we are piloting and also testing the features, and and in active discussions with our aspect and also global firm into deploying these multi agents AI for the audit purposes. So I think end-to-end audit process, like procedures like enhanced performance, substantive procedures, productivity tools. While in the futures, the human-led agent operated, this is what we probably will see in the coming years. So humans will set the directions, agents will execute business process workflow, checking in as needed. So these multimodal AI agents will be able to, at least for a lot of like a standard documentation, standard stuff that does not require like the human judgments. I think this will, in the future, they'll all be operated by these AI agents. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, we have 5 minutes, so let's. Okay, it's here. Okay, so this is each evolutions happen in the world, right? We've seen, probably we can I can explain this one quick. We can skip this one because this one basically showing traditional audit, RPA automations, and then later come data analytics, and then generative AI that we're talking about, AI and the agents. Okay, go to the next slide. The RPA automations, this is, go to the next slide. This is basically the three big things. RPA, this has been part of the business as usual. A lot of companies, our clients basically using RPA to do a lot of automations in their business process. Data analytics, this is something that also ask the auditors and also our client as well. We are adopting this, and then we are using this to do a lot of analysis, and documentation as well, and the Gen AI that is, currently we are talking about. So I think go to the next slide. This one is the RPA automations. How does the next? So this one is basically the example of the basic process automations. Maybe you can click on the video. Yeah. So this is basically an example of how does the basic process automations looks like. This is this video here is basically something that we facilitated. The University of Indonesia, I think I'm not sure what number is that ATV again, but it was in 2019. We facilitated the competitions, the audit competitions, where we give like 100% sales invoice, listings and all the stuff to this. I think there were like 5 or 6 university competing about the audit simulations. Surprisingly, a lot of them, like 6 or 5 teams, they are all presenting how they audit revenue using, picking selecting 25 samples, and then one of the teams said that, oh, we're comfortable to give like unqualified opinions. So I think we, after the competitions, we basically show them how the RPA testing would look like. By using sampling, basically we are, whether it is a random or stratified samplings, we're basically selecting something like the picture earlier, like we are taking a small glimpse of the, try to conclude what the big pictures look like. This is a very simple RPA, so it will, it is currently doing the three-way match. Three-way match is, comparing the sales order and also the delivery orders and also the until up to the cash receipts. So this is the RPA automations. Next slide. I think we have 1 minute. So okay, next slide. This one, I'll probably make it quick. Go to the next slides. Data analytics. I think this is everyone is next click. This is basically showing data. If we get a lot of data and we don't know how to use them, it's basically useless, right? So this one is showing every single set of data, how we how we put them into the tools and analyze them. Go to the next click, next slide. And this is basically a simple analytics doing a process mining, try to find the anomalies and outliers from the sales process. Okay, I think I'll stop here. And I have some other items in after slide number 11, but probably have a talk show to discuss them after this. Okay, thank you everyone.
Thank you, Pak Andrew, for the insightful presentation and for sharing your valuable perspective on emerging audit technologies. We will now continue with the next presentation in this session. Our second speaker for this session is Pak Juan Raymond Siahaan. Pak Juan Raymond is a registered public accountant with the Financial Services Authority of Indonesia and has over 19 years of professional experience in the field of audit and assurance. He has extensive experience conducting audit for multinational groups and Indonesian entities, both listed and non-listed, across a wide range of industries, including manufacturing, mining, logistics, finance, and construction. In addition to his professional practice, Pak Raymond is actively involved as a facilitator for training programs related to accounting, financial reporting, and auditing, and currently serves as the audit and assurance internal control leader within his firm. Pak Raymond holds a bachelor degree in accounting from the Atmajaya University, completed the accounting provision education program at Trisakti University, and earned a master degree in accounting from Trisakti. He is a certified public accountant in Indonesia and currently serves as the head of the implementation committee at the Indonesian Public Accountant Association. Without further ado, please come and
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the ATV committee to invite our office to become one of the speaker here. And it is very glad for me to have this opportunity to share our view about the future audit or auditor in this kind of new era, new era, which is regarding with the AI. Also, thank you for the UI and the other speaker and so finalists. Sure. Okay, so next slide. Slide. Okay, so actually, basically, when I see the first speakers and then the second keynotes, and also from the Sophia and Pak Handro, which is basically, I pick up the same message actually from them, that actually there is no that the AI will not replace auditor profession. Yeah, because the use of AI is still need oversee or challenge from us as an auditor. So before I begin my presentation, I also would like to put a disclaimer that basically the one that we will present is the property of LRX. So I am the audit partner from Liana Rabon, Senia and Rekan, which is the part of Deloitte Network. And this is also my personal opinion, and it's not representing EAP or also Deloitte. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Basically, in the changes of the IT environment and then following with the AI. So, yeah, okay. So actually, we are now in the phase where the Gen AI is attached in our daily life and also in our day-to-day operation. So these are the some items that can make our audit become more easier by using the Gen AI. So first one is we can have the faster process and communication and insight. Basically, because we can use data analytics and then we can use a faster data processing and then give some insight or maybe some anomaly on the group of data so that we can be more focused on the data. And then the second one is we can have a better response to time our question. And then we can put more time on what matters. I will dig more on later about this, about the what matters. And then we also can have relevant information to us, less time spent by our people. The meaning of less time spent by our people is time spent on the manual data transformation, like reducing the need to clean up the data for the auditors, and then summarizing the data. But the time that we need to spend on the evaluating the result of the data is the critical one for us. Why? Because the auditor is the one that have a better view on the entity in the holistic view, so that they can really understand or really know what is wrong when the AI give the summarize of the data. And then the last one is deeper analytic insight, which is the natural language exploration of the quantitative data. This one can enable auditors to interact with complex data. Okay. Now I would like to go to the process of the audit. Next slide. So basically, we can see, maybe as you know, the audit process is starting from actually the planning up to the reporting. So AI can help us during this step of the audit process, since the planning until the reporting side. Next slide. Yeah. Yeah. Next slide. Okay. But back. Yeah. Okay. So in the planning section, we need to assess first. First, we need to determine the materiality. Yeah, usually we will determine the materiality, and then how AI can help in this area. So, in determining the materiality, auditor need to know what is the key benchmark of the performance, financial performance in the company. So they can use AI to evaluate the other information that coming from the financial statement. For example, from the annual report or management monthly report. With this, they can show which one there's which financial performance that basically become the key and matters for the management decision. And then this will help the auditors to give insight to determine what is the key benchmark. And then later on, auditor can determine how much is actually the materiality to do the audit process. And of course, the AI also can help to convert the raw material data into the common model, so the data will be ready for the next step, which is the risk assessment process. Next slide. Okay, for the risk assessment, AI also can help to evaluate external information sources to identify the risk factor, evaluate site information sources for risk event, and compile standardized report and acceleration creation data visualization. So, for example, like this. So, if you are auditing the financing company, and then the financing company, the main customer is coming from the coal industry. So by utilizing AI, because they have access to the data outside the system, like they can also accommodate the other information that may be useful for us. For example, like decreasing the coal price, and also maybe if the higher or the rise of the inflation rate, which will make or impact to the increase of the cost. And then, of course, together with this, auditor will have a more meaningful data to assess whether they need, for example, to increase the risk level for the impairment asset of the client. Yeah, this one is the how we can interpret the data. So that's why, again, it is very important for auditor to understand the client business and what is actually that can trigger the client financial performance and also going concern. Because when AI they provide the data, they can make it more meaningful in audit decision. Next slide. Okay, so for the process and control, basically the AI also can help to develop set initial walkthrough process. So during the audit process, you have to do some kind of interview, right? Because currently, up to now, there is no robot to do the interview for the walkthrough process. So auditor need to do the interview. There are like certain like a query that you can utilize to during the interview process, and also by that time, the AI also can help to transform your notes, the walkthrough notes, into the first draft of audit documentation. Yeah. So for example, when you do the interview, maybe you do like chat and coret-coret sana sini, and then but later on they can help to the first draft. But of course, you cannot just file it to your working paper because you have to review it. Yeah. That is on how the example how the AI can help you in the process and control. Next slide. Yes. Yeah. For the substantive testing, there are some also tools that can extract and highlight the field key terms from business document, and also prepare a draft of accounting memo and interpreting information content in the client's document and accounting guidance. So this one is maybe will be helpful and meaningful to help you to do the regular tasks, maybe like TOD, and then to the certain account that have a lower risk level. Next slide. I think the last one is about the generate audit report and management representation letter draft based on the templates, and also highlight the items in the financial method that have a key interest for the auditor. Yeah. So at a glance, this is the flow on where AI can help, starting from the planning and also for the reporting insight. But one thing that you need to know is basically the involvement of auditor in each of step here is critical and important. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so in addition to using AI to help you to audit, you also need to understand whether your client is also using AI or not in their process. So this one is critical. So at least there are 4 critical items. First, you need to understand how is the AI impact to your client, because the business process and also the internal control for financial reporting, because this one is important to design and to assess the impact of the risk. And then the number 2, if you determine that the use of AI is very massive in your client, then you may need to consider to use specialists. We are not talking about IT specialists, but AI specialists. For my understanding, currently there is no AI specialist support in doing audit process. But however, maybe sometimes in the future, if your client is using AI from end to end, from the beginning up to end, financial reporting, maybe you need to use AI specialist. And then the third one, you need to identify which kind of control and relevant that this kind of AI. And then the last one is you need to assess the impact of AI on audit response. Okay, next slide. So this is the example on how AI can help you to do the TOD. So this is one of the example of AI tools. We are doing the TOD here for the revenue. Next slide. Okay. So first we upload all of the document like invoice and then maybe other leases document and then also invoice 1, 2, 3 and all. And then you put it all in the system. Next slide. Then you can choose which one that you want to extract. Maybe for either is it for lease, for debt agreement, revenue recognition, and then what kind of data that you want to extract. Invoice number, invoice date, vendor, invoice total, currency, etc. Next slide. Yeah, and then these are the result. So basically you can see that they can show the invoice number, invoice date, invoice name, invoice total, customer. So are we done? No, right? If you click on the one of the item, it will pop up here and then it will highlight to which part of the invoice that the data is taken. So as an auditor, using AI, it doesn't mean that your responsibility is decreasing. No, right? Your responsibility is still on your side. So that's why you also need to make sure that the invoice that you extract is coming from the right source. In addition to this, maybe you also need whether to make sure that the document that provided to you is complete. Why? Because maybe AI just summarize whatever you put in the system. But if there is any document that shows the anomaly data that not provided to you, the result of audit will be different. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So this is another example of the financial statement on you can show that the AI can help you that where is the number is coming from, and then the total number is tie up, tie out, and etc. Next slide. Yeah, you also can use the chatbot to, for example, like you want to ask, is there any related party transaction disclosed in the financial statement? Yes, but it's not like a control find and then you show related party, but they can summarize. If you see here, they not just summarize the one that highlighted on the related party. The one that highlighted is loan to officer and director. It didn't mention that this one is related party, but the AI is understand that this one is related party. So they will show that, oh, there is a loan officer and this one is a related party. But from our side, of course, we need to evaluate whether the disclosure is complete or not. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So the benefit to audit profession is clear. Like there is a task automation, data analytics, fraud detection, risk mitigation, compliance. But of course, one thing that I need to mention that AI does not replace the value of experience and critical thinking and professional judgment of the auditor. Okay, the last slide. Yeah. Okay, these are the key consideration. Make sure that AI is not replacing your job because responsibility is on you. And then you have to understand the risks introduced by AI. The last one is protect confidentiality and then ensure AI comply with law and regulation, consider intellectual property risks, establish government monitoring quality controls, and train the people to use the AI responsibly. Yeah, I think that's end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Raymond, for the insightful presentation. As both of our speakers are now with us on the stage, we will move forward the next session to the talk show. This session will allow us to further discuss and connect the ideas that have been shared, explore practical experiences, and gain deeper insight from our speakers through an interactive discussion. Let us begin the talk show discussion. Sorry, Pak Hendro and Pak Raymond, from your experience, what is the biggest shift auditors need to make in mindset when moving from traditional audits to AI and analytics-driven audit? You want to?
So what is can repeat the question,
Okay.
please?
From your experience,
Yep.
what is the biggest shift auditors need to keep in the mindset
Yep.
when moving from the traditional audit to AI and analytics-driven audit?
Okay. So yeah, that's a good one. So I think what we need to really understand is AI is still, it's just a tool. AI, while AI can help us to speed up things, do a lot of repetitive tasks for us, all of the accountability stuff still stays with humans. So I think that we need to understand, and also a lot of things like the governance things when auditors are using AI tools, a whole framework of governance need to be set as well. Because we know that how the training data get into the AI stuff before we can audit the output from AI. We need to verify the input as well. So I think the key message is, governance framework need to be established, and also we need to, really understand that, it is still us as the human who made the judgment and who, has the accountability of the task that we perform.
From Pak Raymond, maybe Pak?
Maybe I just want to add on the Pak Handro, maybe I think the professional skepticism mindset and also integrity need to be in your mind. Yeah, for example, like when we receive the summarized invoice from AI, it doesn't mean like, oh, it's clear now, I can go home. No, it's not like that. So you still need to do a checking. You still need to have a questioning mind whether whether my client already give the complete documents or not. And then if they're not giving a complete document, whether my conclusion can be different or not, something like that. And on the top, of course, integrity. Yeah, because like the message from Sophia and previous speaker note, the integrity is the key important things for us. Yeah, as an auditor. Yeah, to make sure that when you say that, oh, I check it already, it means you check it. You really check it. You don't just extract the AI and then put it in your working paper. Yeah.
Okay. The second question, how do you decide either an AI or analytics output is reliable enough to be used as an audit evidence?
So I think this, whether it is an AI driven audit or not, I think the standard audit make it really clear that all of the data and information that we use in the audits, so-called information produced by an entity or information being audited, they are all need to be verified by the auditors for its relevance and reliabilities, right? So I think if we are auditing some things that coming out of from our client is using AI agents, and somehow the documentation memo or something from the clients are basically generated by AI. I think, like Paraman has mentioned earlier, we probably need an AI specialist. We also need to audit the thought process, how those informations got generated, whether there is if it is an information, whether it's coming through the IT systems or through the AI models. I think it still needs to be verified for, I think, data input risk, whether the data that's coming in it's complete and accurate, because garbage in, garbage out, right? So we need to verify the data inputs. We need to verify the data integrity risk. Data integrity risk means if it is in the models, whether the model is trained using something that is not biased. A lot of I think a lot of us use AI, ChatGPT, Gemini before, right? When we say something, we try to this AI is easily got into like a confirmation bias. We try to say A, it will conclude A. We try to say B, then it concludes B. So it's either A or B, right? So this is something that needs to be verified, and we need, whether it is our tools or our client tools, we need to really get a comfort, reasonable assurance that this data integrity risk and the AI models is not biased. And then later on, I think we can verify the AI output. So the AI output, there's a risk as well. There's a extraction risk or manipulation risk, something coming out from the AI models or AI systems or the IT system, can be manipulated as well. So we need to address those three key area when we are, using informations in the audit.
Okay, yeah, of course, the data is more important, critical one. So make sure no garbage in, garbage out. Maybe to add, you need to have understanding on the economic and also environment, your client environment. So for example, if your client provided you the data of the expected credit loss calculation, right? And then unexpectedly, it is lower compared to the industry. Industry is increasing because the business is bad, but the AI is providing is low. Then you have to have a question mark. Don't just, because this one is AI, accept. No, it doesn't make sense. So you have to understand the economy, you have to understand the client business, why it could be happen, and then you do the further investigation. That's how you maybe can know whether the data provided by AI is biased or not.
This is something that we usually, call it automation bias. So if we look at some documents coming out from the systems, it looks good. The Excel looks really, advanced. So sometimes, bias can happen. It's like, sometimes the auditors basically, they look at a very cool Excel spreadsheets, advanced. It is a macro enabled worksheets. And then, people usually forget about, relevance and reliability testing of the informations.
Okay. Just now you mentioned about the governance, ya Pak ya. And then from the governance perspective, what are the key risk organizations should be aware of when using the AI and also the advanced analytics in the audit activities, Pak? What needs to be insight into the governance?
Governance, I think a lot of things need to be put in the governance. Like whether it is because governance is basically this is similar with in the international standard and auditing requirement and also the ISQM requirements. When an auditors use audit, something as audit tools, they need to basically verify everything, the usability, the result coming out from that tools, right? This is basically about the governance of the software audit tools. We usually call it software audit tools or SAT. So when we look at the governance specifically for AI, we also need to think about whether it is like the usual SAT stuff plus other things, right? So the usual SAT stuff basically look at whether using this create or expose risk, whether what kind of risk is it, like inaccuracy of the outputs and other stuff, right? But specifically for AI, I think we also need to be thinking about the ethical part of the usage as well. When we test and accept the risk, we also need to look at ethical use of data, how that AI being trained using which type of data, whether it is approved by the by the internal firms committee or not. Yeah, that kind of thing.
More or less actually similar, because basically in a sense there should be like a team, maybe a committee that oversee the use of AI, and then there should be like a committee that to make sure that it's not going to be launched before it's properly have a safeguard to make sure that any decision make based on the information generated from AI is taken. Yeah.
I think if you think about it, I personally believe that all of the bigger the big firms already have something in their kitchens already, right? So I think while we have a lot of things, cool stuff that AI can do for us, but sometimes for the member firm implementations throughout the world, we really need to think about this carefully, because sometimes each jurisdictions have a different rule as well.
Regulation,
Yeah.
yes, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. With AI and automation taking over more routine tasks, how do you see the future role of internal auditors evolving in the next few years?
Internal auditors.
Yeah,
Internal or external?
Internal auditors, Pak.
Okay. I think you have to answer, Bu. Okay, I will try, and then Bulis will add. No. Yeah. As I mentioned before, basically, routine tasks and any other automation process, it will not allow experience and auditor judgment. Yeah. So basically, even if for the internal audit, yeah, basically, the one that AI will do is actually they just summarize and then they will give the data, but who is going to be interpret the data? Yeah, of course, the auditor that have a better understanding on the company, because auditor knows actually AI will not able to know what happened with the company. For example, like AI will not know if your company has a earthquake, has a fire, but auditor know, right? So if there is a something, and then auditor can get the information from the environment, and of course they can make a proper decision. So the future, what I say on the future is, as an auditor, you need to know how AI works, how AI can help you. Yeah. But you also need to sharpen your analytical thinking by using information from AI, information from your company's environment, company's business, and also from macro information. Yeah. By combining this, you will have sufficient skill or even more to utilize information from the AI. Yeah. Maybe you want to add?
Yeah, I totally agree with Pak Ramon, right? So I think while we've seen, at least for now, we've seen a lot of good AI tools that can provide like outliers, anomalies like within minutes, right? Our staff probably like spend like a week doing the analysis, but these AI tools sometimes like easily they can like within minutes can generate outputs. But while I think we've seen a lot of that, we also, at least for now, we've seen a lot of these AI tools lose context, right? That is why, yeah, like I mentioned, at least for now, we need to really think about how these human judgments we can apply, and also analyze the output from these AI tools. But we don't know the future, right? Because it's still rapidly evolving. Yeah.
Yeah, agree sih Pak with you. And also the most important thing is the audit methodologies is communication is part of the audit, one of the audit methodologies. So if we feel the inaccuracy data or incorrect answer, maybe the next step we can do is the communication to the stakeholder, to the auditee. Okay, could you share an example or lesson learned from the real case where audit technology significantly improved the audit outcomes? Maybe this is the last question before we move to
Okay, maybe we can. What I can share is maybe like from just one example, from the journal entry testing. Yeah, basically the process of doing a journal entry testing, which is part of the required process based on our auditing standard. Yeah, this is presumed risk, significant risk. So we need to get all of the data from the 1 year, and then you have to test the completeness, and then you have to select sample based on the characteristic that become an audit interest. Yeah, and can you imagine that taking all the data for 1 year and put it in the one of system, it's very huge task. Yeah. Previously, I need to do like month per month using Excel, and then need to do filter, control file, etc. It's maybe you need to take 1 week at least to
Use
only to
irony
select
ya, Pak.
the sample. Yeah, but now I think you can do it like in maybe 1 or 2 days. Then you can identify the sample. Yeah, that is the the real example lah. Yeah. Okay.
From Pak Hendro, Pak.
So I think I have a couple examples like where we perform like vouching. So we have like sometimes when something happen at our clients, we can't really rely on the statistical sampling anymore. Then we go for like a full population testings. When we go for a full population testing where data is available, I think our team use these vouching tools, using robotic tools that can really speed up the process, because we don't want our first year to do the vouching for like, I think after 50 sample items they probably seen like 5 as 2, 9 as 6, right? So I think this kind of tools really helps a lot. And the other thing, I think using like a process mining, so where we get like 100% data from SAP, and then we put everything that every like document that are there. So we put together and do a process mining to see whether there's an outliers, like an invoice got approved after the payments or that kind of stuff, to detect whether the controls at the clients really operating effectively or not. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you once again for both of our speaker for the insightful and engaging discussion. We will now move on to the question and answer session. For participants who would like to ask question, please raise your hand. I will invite you in turn. We will take the 3 questions for this session. Before asking your question, kindly mention your name, your affiliation, and which speaker your question is addressed to.
Okay, thank you for opportunity. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Elpi Saputra. I'm from Bung Hatta University, Faculty of Economy and Business. Okay. I have 2 questions about the material. The first one, how do IFEX international standard audit impact auditors' responsibilities when using digital tools in audit process? And the second one, what speaker point view does the using pervasive AI surveillance to prevent fraud cross of ethic boundary of privacy? Can auditor still independent if it relies on intrusive data gathering techniques that might compromise the physiological safety and culture of the organization can be audited too? Thank you.
Sorry, Pak, can you repeat the questions?
Okay,
the second
the second
question.
one, sorry.
Okay, but in Indonesia aja ya.
Yeah, I think you can
I'm
speak
sorry
in English. Ya.
Ini yang kedua ini bagaimana pandangan dari speaker ini ketika menggunakan AI terkait dengan mengauditnya yang dimana
Independen ya.
Iya, audit independen yang dimana itu akan berdampak pada etika dalam audit, yang dimana fraud itu bakalan bisa ditemukan gimana ceritanya untuk AI-nya itu ya. Jadi
Gini kali ya, mungkin saya ini dalam menggunakan AI dalam auditor, bagaimana kita memastikan bahwa auditor tersebut masih independen, padahal di dalamnya dia pakai AI, benar?
Iya, still independent gitu ketika kita menggunakan AI, dan juga kemungkinan perusahaannya itu menganalisa kemungkinan auditor dalam analisa yang kemungkinan kecurangannya gitu, fraudnya gitu, dan itu gimana gitu auditor itu tetap independen gitu.
Ya, saya jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia ya Pak. Ya, mungkin nanti Bapak bisa tambahin. Jadi kalau untuk tanggung jawab auditor seperti yang dibilang sebelumnya itu tidak berubah ya Pak, sama. Intinya udah pakai AI ataupun pakai AI. Jadi kalau misalnya kita ternyata opininya salah nih, karena apa? Karena revenue testingnya salah. Soalnya waktu itu revenue testingnya pakai AI, yang salah AI-nya. Nggak bisa kayak gitu. Tetap auditor yang tanggung jawab. Even kalau kita engage AI spesialis nih, kamu tolong dong bantuin saya gitu untuk lihat nih AI-nya udah bekerja dengan baik belum. AI spesialis kan kerja nih kan buat kita, terus kita kasih opini clean. Ternyata ada masalah karena dari AI. Yang tanggung jawab tetap kita, bukan AI spesialisnya. Jadi tanggung jawab tuh stay di public accountant gitu Pak. Jadi itu nggak berubah sama sekali. Itu pertanyaan pertama ya Pak ya. Jadi masalah tanggung jawab tuh nggak berubah. Kemudian yang kedua, kalau masalah etik yang saya tahu ya, kalau di kantor itu mestinya eh, kita punya AI sendiri Pak. Jadi nggak pakai AI yang bisa dipakai untuk umum. Iya, karena kenapa? Karena kita punya tanggung jawab untuk menjaga kerahasiaan data, ya kan? Kita juga nggak bisa dong eh, kita pakai data. Misalnya, saya nggak tahu nih mau gimana, kita masukin lah itu ke yang gratis gitu kan. Terus keluar jawabannya, terus kita pakai itu. Kan kita nggak tahu itu kemana, bisa aja diakses. Ya kan, itu tanggung jawab auditor. Auditor tuh punya tanggung jawab untuk, auditor dan kantor akuntan ya, punya tanggung jawab untuk menjaga kerahasiaan data. Jadi kita nggak bisa data sembarangan. Jadi kalau kita ngomong mengenai AI itu adalah sesuatu yang bisa akses kantor sendiri, kantor doang gitu. Jadi itu data nggak kemana-mana. Nah itu dari sisi etiknya, dari sisi tanggung jawabnya. Untuk fraud itu sekali lagi AI itu tools untuk membantu mengidentifikasi fraud ya. Jadi misalnya kalau kita masukin data analisa nih sebulan gitu, ternyata ada yang cowok geser rendah banget di bulan tertentu gitu kan, atau revenue-nya tinggi banget gitu di tanggal tertentu. Nah nanti kita masuk ke situ gitu loh Pak. Itu buat indikatornya. Ya, itu kira-kira gitu. Pak Andro mau nambahin nggak?
Enggak sih, kayaknya jelas sekali ya. Jadi tanggung jawab tuh tetap pada manusia gitu. Ini tetap tools accountability itu tetap di auditors gitu. Ya.
Sama ini kali ya Pak, bahwa dari global internal audit standard yang mengharuskan bahwa kita harus ada external QA.
Iya.
Itu juga akan memastikan fungsi internal auditor itu tetap independen karena kayak audit di audit gitu ya Pak ya.
Betul. Itu part of dari SFM ya. Jadi kantor itu kan ada quality sistemnya tuh. Kalau kayak kalau kasih contoh produk makanan lah, sebelum keluar kan dites dulu kan. Kita juga sama sebelum keluar report ada quality-nya gitu Pak. Tes dulu. Kira-kira gitu.
Mungkin masih ada yang mau ditanyakan Bapak? Nanti. Oke. Selanjutnya mungkin
Sorry, I think I'm already been given the mic to give a question.
Okay, Pak, maybe you can mention your name, your affiliation, and also which speaker for your questions.
My name is Ahmad Ukasharofiki. I'm a student here at FEB UI, and I major in accounting. I have a question regarding audit risk. In audit planning, we are responsible for determining the acceptable detection risk. If AI systems are performing substantial parts of the audit procedures, such as testing and analysis, how should we quantify and assess detection risk that is caused by AI? Do we treat it as human risk, or do we make a separate risk assessment for AI detection risk? And also, through this detection risk that is caused by AI, how do we create a safeguard to avoid these risks? Thank you.
Okay, I'll address this one. So I think when you right now, based on the current standards on auditing, when we determine the audit risk, that is, for a specific financial statement captions or significant accounts that we determine there's a risk of material misstatement from that account, right? So I think in a very traditional audit, this is usually done by the senior auditors or the partners. We went through all of the accounts and see which one has a significant inherent risk or detection risk, and that is why That is how we come up with the combined audit risk or audit risk as a whole. Right now, I think for when with regards to these AI tools, what we are currently using and piloting is comparing, because because humans usually when we do a risk assessment, we usually base that on our professional experience and professional judgment based on our understanding of the industry as a whole, right? But AI basically, our AI tools in risk assessment, we basically put the whole 100% populations of transaction level data into that AI tools, and then it basically come out with sometimes another set. We have like probably 9 or 10 indicators of for our risk assessments. We compare that to our internal assessments, and then try to understand what makes the difference, and we address that basically as a whole. We do not separate right now, this is human, this is AI, because sometimes AI can be biased, right? Can be hallucinated as well. But as for humans, we have our limitation as well, that because we base everything based on our historical or professional experience.
Very good question. I think you're ready for the future. Yeah. So previously on the manual tradition, we haven't identified what you so-called as IT risk. Now we have IT risk. Maybe in the future we also will have AI risk. Yeah, but I think how we make sure first the data. Yeah, so you have to make sure that data is reliable. Yeah, and then maybe just do the checking to the external reliable document is important. You have to know where did you get the data. Yeah, because you will rely on the result of that. And maybe if the use of massive, yeah, maybe you also can engage with the AI specialist to make sure that it is workable and then reliable, so that you can use the AI data. Currently, I haven't seen any experience yet, yeah, up to now on the specific AI risk, yeah. But it is, as Pak Handro said, embedded on the account. For example, if you use the AI to automatically approve the loan, personally, I will separate this kind of population and then do different testing with the other. Yeah, maybe need to do more, or need to do or do something else different way, like I used to test the different load. Yeah, I think that is the approach lah. At least you need to reduce the risk level.
Okay, maybe we move to the next questions.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deni Rahayu. I am owner Daryl Crochet. Untuk bertanya, saya cari aman aja ya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, karena nanti daripada bingung berjamaah, lebih baik kita cari aman aja. Seperti ini Pak, misalnya saya punya perusahaan gitu ya, perusahaan saya namanya Daryl Crochet, ya kita taruhlah itu perusahaan besar gitu. Nah saya ingin perusahaan saya diedit sih. Nah saya ingin perusahaan saya diaudit, dan auditornya itu kebetulan menggunakan software yang canggih, misalnya milik Amerika gitu, dan servernya ada di Singapura, sementara perusahaan yang akan diaudit ada di Jakarta. Nah ketika terjadi sengketa hukum misalnya, atau kebocoran data, hack, itu penyelesaian secara hukumnya bagaimana? Apakah pakai hukum Amerika karena pakai software Amerika? Apakah pakai hukum Singapura karena servernya ada di Singapura? Atau pakai hukum Indonesia karena perusahaan saya ada di Jakarta? Terima kasih.
Ya, siang Bu. Ini pertanyaannya jelas, tapi jelas kita tidak bisa menjawab Bu. Ya karena itu di luar ranah kami ya sebagai legal ya. Maksud saya memang ada tentu ada peraturan-peraturan tertentu yang itu di luar kompetensi kami untuk menjawab siapa yang harus bertanggung jawab gitu ya Bu ya. Karena kan memang secara praktis juga banyak yang mungkin ada yang di luar negeri servernya dan seterusnya. Terus belum lagi kalau perusahaan itu under OJK atau nggak under OJK itu ada peraturan yang berbeda gitu Bu. Jadi mungkin Ini mohon maaf, mungkin lebih tepat ke legal kali ya Bu ya, kalau tanyanya mengenai itu ya.
Ya, kayaknya lebih tepat ke legal Bu. Cuman kalau misalnya mau ini kan sebenarnya perikatan perdata gitu ya untuk audit ya. Jadi biasanya tuh di dalam surat perikatan itu biasanya harusnya tuh tertera dengan jelas kalau seandainya ada sengketa kemana gitu. Nah ini udah legal nih, ini yang saya nggak bisa jawab juga gitu. Tapi mungkin harusnya tuh sesuai dengan ketentuan yang sudah disepakati masing-masing gitu ya. Gitu.
Dan kita juga ada TIA ya Pak ya, yang PDP Law juga ada TIA, Transfer Impact Assessment-nya itu harus diassess dulu sih Bu. Jadi nggak bisa tahu nih salahnya dari mana gitu ya Pak ya. Oke, mungkin udah selesai untuk session 1. Thank you very much for the both speakers for the insightful session. I believe today's session has given us the clearer picture of the how AI, data analytics and automations. But they are not here to replace the auditors, but rather to reposition and elevate the role of auditors. From focusing on routine tasks to becoming more strategic advisor and value creators, we've learned how to shifting the mindset, developing the right skill, and strengthening governance to ensure these technologies are used responsibly and effectively. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Pak Andrew Cahyadi and Pak Juan Reman Sihaan for sharing their valuable insight and experiences with us today. Please stay tuned as we will continue to the next session, which will be equally interesting and insightful. Now, back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liz Suryani, for guiding the discussion, and thank you to our distinguished speaker for the insightful and valuable session.
As a token of appreciation, we will present plaques to our speakers, followed by documentation session. The first plaque will be presented to Mr. Handro Chayadi as the first speaker of the first session. We invite Donna as the treasurer of the 25th ATV to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Allow me to guide the documentation session again on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next agenda. The second plaque will be presented to Mr. Juan Ramon Siahaan as the second speaker of the first session. We invite Woro as the head of event to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Allow me to once more guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1.
Now, we would like to invite Mr. Handro Chayadi, Mr. Juan Ramon Siahaan, and Ms. Liz Suryani to join the group photo session. For this photo session, we would like to ask Ms. Liz and the panel speaker to stand in front of the crowd and take the photo.
In front of the crowd. Yeah. Berdiri saja. Kami juga. Apa?
Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you in advance. May the speakers and the moderator return to their respective seats.
We have now arrived at the moment everyone has been waiting for. Our first door prize session.
That's right. And before we move on to the spin wheel, we actually have a little surprise for all of you.
Right now, we like to invite everyone to check underneath your seats. Yes, go ahead, take a look under your chair. You might find a special envelope attached beneath your seats, and inside that envelope is a cash prize.
Here's the exciting part. Only 7 seats in this room have that envelope. So check carefully. This could be your lucky moment.
All right, we can already see some people checking very seriously. So tell us, do we have any winners in this room? Yeah. Okay.
If you found an envelope under your seat, don't be shy. Please hold it up high and show it to us.
Yeah. 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 Okay. Lanjut. Okay. For those who found envelopes underneath their seats, congratulations! The cash prize is officially yours. Let's give a big round of applause for our 7 lucky winners. And we're not done yet. Now it's time for our next door prize, and this one will be decided by our spin wheel. Apa? Itu udah.
Udah ya? As you can see on the screen, all registered offline participants' names have been entered into the system. In just a moment, we will spin the wheel.
And one lucky name will win our next prize. For the first round, the prize is an Anker portable power bank 10,000 mAh.
Wow, sounds exciting, doesn't it? All right, everyone, eyes on the screen. Are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Gifari.
Congratulations to Gifari. Please come forward and claim your prize. Lagi ke toilet. Like, no. Lagi, sabar. Sabar. Lanjut aja. Lanjut. Okay.
Now we will move on to the next door prize.
Because the person is unavailable right now, we will respin the wheel.
And the lucky winner is
Tiofari
Tambunan.
Is this lucky winner in the room right now? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
Then we will once again spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Betty Andriana.
Congratulations! Please come forward and claim your prize. Sabar kan dikasih voucher.
Voucher ya. Kita mundur dulu nggak?
No, no. No. Second.
Kasih dong.
Sabar.
Ini nggak apa documentation voucher. Udah. Udah ya, thank you. Udah. Fine.
Okay.
Ya, udah.
Let's give another round of applause for the lucky winner.
And we're not done yet. Now it's time for our next door prize. And this one will be decided by our spin wheel.
Yeah. For the second prize, the prize is
For the second prize, the prize is a calculator scientific Joico CC61.
Oh, udah, itu udah spin dulu. Udah spin dulu. Nggak kebaca lagi bosku. Our lucky winner is Nur Hawa. Congratulations. Please come forward and claim your prize. Yeah.
Berarti sekarang ini ada third prize and gue tinggal and the lucky winner is
Yeah.
but basically claim your ya. Ini terkonnya belum.
Okay. Yeah, good. Let's give another round of applause. Next, for our third round, the prize is an e-wallet GoPay worth up to 150,000 rupiah. Eyes on the screen.
Now, eyes on the screen. Let's once again spin the wheel.
Yeah, in like
And the lucky winner is Hania. Congratulations! Please come forward and claim your prize.
Let's give another round of applause.
Now we will move on to the fourth round. The prize is a Baseus BP1 Pro TWS.
Eyes on the screen. Are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Lala Nur Afifah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Please come forward and claim your prize.
Once again, let's give a round of applause.
For our fifth round, the prize is an Indomaret voucher worth up to 250,000 rupiah by MT Connection.
Now, eyes on the screen. Are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is
Fasha Aurelia Fauzu. Is the lucky winner in the room right now? 3. We'll count to 3, 2, 1. Okay, now let's respin the wheel.
And the lucky winner is Imaya Kairani. Congratulations! Please come forward and claim your prize.
Once again, let's give another round of applause.
Now, let's move into the final round of the main session 1. The last prize is a Huawei Band 10 Smart Band.
Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Once again, eyes on the screen. Let's spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is
Michael Pascalis Givenly Sigar.
Congratulations! Please come forward and claim your prize.
Let's give another round of applause.
Once again, let's give a round of applause for all our fellow winners.
For those who have won door prizes, please be informed that the prizes can be claimed after the event at the registration desk. We kindly ask all winner proceeds there once the program has officially concluded.
In addition, we would like to inform all participants that the feedback form for session 1 is now available. You may access it through the QR code displayed on the screen or via the Zoom chat. We kindly ask for your participation in completing the form. Now, we will have a short break. You may take this time at your convenience. Kindly return to your seat by 3:30 p.m. as we will continue with panel session 2 promptly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,
Itu udah selesai meetingnya. Berarti udah selesai. Kind reminder that we take this meeting.
kind reminder that you can take a break now.
Thank you.
The world is changing. Business is faster. And risk is everywhere. In the noise of global disruption, rising uncertainty, and collapsing trust, one question echoes. Who will keep the world accountable? From broken controls to blurred accountability, from ethical lapses to data-driven deception. Businesses are navigating a storm. The need for assurance has never been greater. But this moment isn't just about surviving. It's about transforming. The auditor's role is no longer passive. Not a silent observer, but a driver of resilience. A compass for accountability. A force for trust. This is the vision we carry. The 25th transformation venture. With the theme, the transformative auditor, strengthening assurance amidst evolving business challenge. A call to rise. A call to transform. Together, we'll explore how auditors can with integrity, innovation, and be part of the transformation through knowledge, through collaboration, and through the bold steps we take today. We actualize the vision together. The 25th transformation venture, actualizing the vision.
Di balik setiap proyek yang besar, ada satu hal yang tak ternilai harganya. Kepercayaan. Namun, bagi banyak pengusaha, membuktikan kelayakan untuk dipercaya seringkali menjadi tantangan terbesar. Karena itulah, produk Sertifikat Jam Perindo hadir. Salah satu produk Sertifikat Jam Perindo dapat membantu Anda dalam tender maupun menjalankan proyek-proyek strategis seperti pembangunan infrastruktur, gedung-gedung, hingga proyek konstruksi lainnya. Prosesnya kami buat jelas dan transparan. Cukup ajukan kelengkapan dokumen usaha Anda ke kantor cabang terdekat, dan tim kami siap membantu.
Dulu saya pikir prosesnya rumit, ternyata mudah dan cepat. Anda pengusaha yang bergerak di bidang pengadaan barang dan jasa. Perlu bank garansi. Ajukan dulu kontra bank garansi di Jam Perindo supaya proyek bisa berjalan dengan lancar.
Dengan jaminan dari Jam Perindo, jadi lebih dipercaya.
Perindo, mengganti kepercayaan, masa depan.
The day moves quickly. Sounds like you're overwhelming, and your thoughts drift. Searching for a place to rest.
That was with
A gentle breeze sails.
Take the boat.
There's more ships. And the world begins to loosen.
One step beyond.
Your steps slow.
We just in our chance.
Time feels wider. The moments. Just enough for you to return yourself. In that soft pulse.
Be
Clarity of peace. A quiet courage rise. Steady and soft.
shoot me down.
To what feels good.
Every strong market begins with a solid foundation. In Indonesia, preservation and progress advance together, protecting long-term value for the future. Growth driven by trade, and innovation calls for a market that is resilient, and built for the long term. Indonesia's stock exchange is the nation's capital market infrastructure, connecting market participants to long-term value creation. Over time, IDX has continued to strengthen market depth, participation, and bolster market resilience. Aligned with international standards, IDX delivers integrity, transparency, and reliability, earning the trust of global investors. Sustainability is a commitment. We support responsible investment and the transition to a lower carbon economy. With a legacy of trust and a global outlook, Indonesia Stock Exchange continues to shape markets for the future. Indonesia Stock Exchange, shaping markets for a global future.
Bosan.
Lu nggak makan bro. Tunggu dulu, dia lagi nunggu sesuatu yang baru. Dan kamu harus tahu. Se-Indonesia. Daging segar ditabur rempah alami, dimarinasi hingga meresap tiap inci. Uji asap dengan bara api. Smoky. Juicy. Dan tasty. Se-Indonesia dibuat dengan hati, memang layak dinikmati. Wow, se-Indonesia. Seworth itu.
Di balik setiap langkah yang mendorong kemakmuran, ada kekuatan, keyakinan, pertumbuhan, dan memelihara keseimbangan. Sebuah komitmen yang terus mendorong ekonomi bangsa. Jam Krindo Syariah hadir sebagai penjaminan syariah terpercaya, mendukung setiap perjalanan menuju kemajuan bersama. Berlandaskan prinsip syariah, kami meneguhkan setiap inisiatif memperkuat tekad dan membangun ekosistem yang terjamin. Sejak 2014, Jam Krindo Syariah membangun layanan jaminan yang terus menghadirkan inovasi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan berbagai sektor, memperkuat kapabilitas, luas jaringan, serta menyediakan solusi berbagai pihak secara konsisten. Rangkaian pencapaian ini diperkuat oleh berbagai penghargaan dan pengakuan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, bukti nyata atas konsistensi dan integritas kami. Hingga kini, layanan kami telah hadir lewat 17 perwakilan di seluruh Indonesia. Upaya kami dalam menghadirkan layanan terbaik mendorong perluasan jaringan dan inovasi produk. Terbukti dari jaringan cabang yang terus berkembang di berbagai daerah. Serta hadirnya produk penjaminan unggulan yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Sebagai wujud komitmen dan dedikasi kami, 4 di antaranya menjadi pilar utama. Penjaminan kontra bank garansi finansial proyek. Penjaminan surety bond, menjamin pekerjaan selesai tepat waktu. Penjaminan custom bond, memperlancar proses ekspor import. Penjaminan kredit usaha rakyat, pembiayaan bagi pelaku usaha UMKM. Di Jam Krindo Syariah, budaya kerja etnos menjadi fondasi dalam setiap langkah. Prinsip ini meneguhkan cara kami bekerja, menyatukan tim, serta memastikan setiap upaya memberi dampak positif, inovatif, dan konsisten, mendorong pertumbuhan bersama menuju masa depan yang tangguh dan berkembang. Komitmen kami terus bertumbuh, menghadirkan dampak nyata, dan mendukung terwujudnya mimpi besar bersama. Jangkrindo Syariah tidak hanya memberikan jaminan, tetapi juga mendampingi setiap perjalanan untuk membangun Indonesia yang kuat, inklusif, dan berlandaskan keadilan syariah yang terpercaya. Jangkrindo Syariah menjamin pertumbuhan, menguatkan nilai.
Kopi cepat premium series dengan kopi Arabica yang lebih kuat. Energi kopi Arabica premium dan gula aren terbaik dari Garut, Jawa Barat. This is Premium Arabica series from Kopi Kenangan. Dapatkan di toko terdekat sekarang juga.
Paraphrasing on your ability to convey ideas with much greater clarity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the break has now concluded. We kindly ask everyone to be seated as we continue the program.
We will now continue to the second session, which will be moderated by Ms. Liz Suryani. We would like to invite Ms. Liz to proceed.
Thank you, MC. Welcome back, everyone. And I'll be continue to be your moderator for this second session. I hope you enjoy our first session and found the discussion on emerging audit technologies insightful. Now, we will continue the conversation by shifting our focus slightly from technology enablement to governance and control in a digital environment. Our discussion will be on the enhancing internal control over financial reporting, I cover, in the digital context, a governance-centric audit response. As organizations become more digital, I cover are also evolving. Digital processes, system integration, and automation bring efficiency, but they also introduce new risks and control challenges. This session will explore how auditors can respond by strengthening the I cover through governance-focused approach, ensuring reliability, accountability, and trust in the financial reporting. This discussion will be approached through three industry perspectives: manufacturing, banking, and financial technology, which providing a comprehensive view on how iCover is implemented and adapted across different sectors. It's my pleasure to invite Pak Yosef Norman to present his session. Pak Yosef is a seasoned internal audit professional with over 2 decades of experience in auditing and corporate governance across leading Indonesian companies. He is currently serving as the head of internal audit at PT Mulia Industrindo Tbk since 2024, following a long tenure as a manager of internal audit at PT Mayora Indah Tbk from 2008 to 2024. His earlier roles include supervisory positions in internal audit at Mayora Indah and CCM Holding, as well as experience as a branch auditor at HK Sima Inti. Academically, Pak Yosef holds a Bachelor of Economics in Accountancy from Untar, University of Tarumanagara, 2002, and is pursuing a Master of Management in Strategic Management at the same university, 2024 until 2026. He is professionally certified as a qualified of internal auditor and a certified practitioner internal audit, reflecting his strong commitment to professional excellence, ethical standard, and continuous development in the field of internal auditing. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Yosef Norman.
Selamat sore semuanya. Sudah semakin sore, sudah semakin capek juga ya kita dari pagi nih. Jadi saya mulai dengan bahasa yang gampang dimengerti lah, semakin sore. Oke, topiknya saya ini dipercayakan untuk membawakan bagaimana meningkatkan ICOFR dalam digital konteks. Ya, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Oke, apa sih ICOFR itu? Ya, di sekarang itu kita diharapkan untuk mengerti laporan keuangan itu terdiri dari transaksi-transaksi yang dibukukan kan dalam dari jurnal menjadi laporan keuangan. Terus kita auditor itu diminta untuk mengawasi ICOFR namanya, internal control atas laporan keuangan. Jadi apa itu ICOFR sebetulnya? Ya. Sebetulnya ICOFR itu simpel ya, itu kebijakan dari manajemen berupa ya proses atau control activity yang desainnya itu meyakinkan manajemen bahwa financial statement itu sudah dijalankan dengan sebaik mungkin oleh semua aktivitas yang mendukung terjadinya bisnis proses. Simpelnya itu. Tapi jalan menuju ke sana itu sulit, terutama jika perusahaannya semakin berkembang, semakin besar, semakin kompleks, atau mungkin dengan tingkat konglomerasi, di mana mungkin ada banyak subsidiari, banyak divisi, gitu. Jadi dibutuhkanlah suatu kerangka kerja untuk meyakinkan manajemen bahwa semua transaksi itu dijalankan dengan sebaik mungkin. Nah, ICOFR yang saya sajikan ini berdasarkan KOSO ya. Itu yang pertama itu control environment ya. Kalau kita bilang control environment, apa sih itu control environment? Jadi ICOFR itu harus dikontrol, aktivitasnya itu harus diawasi ya. Yang kedua risk assessment. Dalam membuat ICOFR itu harus ada identifikasi risk. Ya, resikonya itu seperti apa dalam setiap bisnis prosesnya. Yang ketiga, control activity. Suatu sistem itu tidak bisa berjalan dengan baik tanpa adanya kontrol yang baik. Karena jika suatu sistem berjalan dengan apa adanya, tidak ada kontrol, tidak akan ada yang tahu bahwa sistem itu telah berjalan dengan baik. Ya. Yang keempat itu information dan communication. Nah ini penting. Kumpulan data yang diproses itu haruslah bisa dijelaskan. Ya. Informasi yang ada itu berupa data-data, semuanya harus ada lampirannya dalam suatu proses transaksi. Terakhir adalah monitoring activity. Nah, dalam monitoring ini biasanya dari internal audit atau dari controller lah. Ya. Kalau kita mengenal third line defense, ya, yang pertama line defense itu adalah operasional, yang kedua adalah controlling, akuntansi, yang ketiga adalah internal audit. Nah, disinilah tugasnya dari second line dan third line dalam memonitoring activity. Oke, next slide. Nah, bedanya apa sih antara zaman sebelum kita bilang zaman tradisional dan zaman digital dalam ICOFR? Ya, tradisional ini mungkin zaman dahulu ya. Di saat digitalisasi itu masih belum secanggih sekarang, transaksi itu dalam bentuk hard copy dokumen base lah. Rekonsiliasi itu secara manual dan processing data itu secara periodik. Kesalahannya itu dari mana? Oh, human error ternyata. Tapi setelah zaman digital itu makin improve ya. Sistem makin dibuat, ada sekarang udah Oracle, SAP semua, automatic process, real time process, tapi kesalahannya bukan lagi human, tapi sistem logic. Ya. Jadi yang harus diperhatikan tuh di zaman digitalisasi ini adalah bagaimana sistem itu dibuat. Apakah logiknya itu masuk apa tidak. Ya, next slide. Oke. Apa sih yang affecting ICOFR? dalam untuk digital risk-nya. Yang pertama adalah ERP misconfiguration. Kalau kita bicara ERP itu kan Enterprise Resources Planning ya. Sistem yang digunakan oleh perusahaan untuk menjalankan seluruh aktivitasnya. Bagaimana sistem itu jika konfigurasinya itu tidak sesuai? Nah, itu yang pertama, risiko yang pertama yang harus diperhatikan oleh orang internal audit, bahwa ERP yang sudah diimplementasi itu sudah sesuai dengan aktivitas yang ada. Yang kedua adalah weak IT general control. Sistem yang sudah dibuat, tapi jika IT-nya itu lemah, itu ibaratnya mau bazir juga ya. Dalam arti IT itu sangat berperan penting dalam meningkatkan kontrol atas ERP yang sudah ada. Yang ketiga, uncontrolled master data management. Ya, digital risk itu, ICOFR secara digital itu tidak dapat berdiri sendiri tanpa adanya master data yang baik. Jadi sebetulnya kalau kita bilang digital itu masih ada juga hard copy-nya gitu. Tergantung bisnis ya. Kalau misalnya bisnisnya masih berhubungan dengan yang manual, tetap masih ada hard copy. Tapi hanya secara prosesnya itu dibantu dengan digitalisasi. Yang keempat, over reliance on automation. Ini ibaratnya terlalu percaya atas automatisasi. Ya, kita boleh percaya atas suatu proses digital. Contoh dengan sehari-hari kita bisa semuanya serba digital. Tapi apakah proses itu reliable apa enggak? Gitu. Kalau kita terlalu percaya atas prosesnya itu, mungkin kita tidak tahu bahwa proses itu salah. Kalau kita nggak pernah melakukan testing gitu. Yang terakhir adalah manajemen override through system access. Nah, di sini resikonya yang ada itu campur tangan manajemen. Nah, di sini yang paling krusial. Sistem sebaik apapun dibuat, kontrol apapun yang sudah dilakukan, tapi jika ada campur tangan dari manajemen atau dari senior manajemen atau mungkin dari BOD atau dari owner ya, pemilik, itu semua akan sia-sia. Oke. Next slide. Oke. Oke. Saya memberikan contoh international cases ya. Yang first itu WorldCom. In 2002, fraud estimation 11 billion US dollar. What the impact? First, stock price ya, turun jadi dari 64 64.5 share to 1 cents per share. Secondly, bankrupt. Third, layoff to 11,000 employee ya, 11.000 karyawannya itu terkena layoff di PHK. Why it happen? Kenapa ini bisa terjadi? Ya. Yang pertama itu adalah manajemen override of accounting logic. Ya. Di sini kalau misalnya teman-teman cari gitu ya tentang WorldCom yang kejadian tahun 2002, itu kita baru lihat ya, belajar bahwa sebetulnya ada konflik of interest di pihak manajemen, senior manajemen ya gitu. Yang kedua, Enron. Enron itu tahun 2021. Fraud estimation 74 billion US dollar. Impact-nya ya, same like WorldCom, stock price dari $90 share to $1 share. Bankrupt, layoff 20,000 employee, dan yang paling menariknya salah satu KAP Big Five pada zaman itu, Arthur Andersen itu ditutup. Kompleks financial structure lacking transparansi, itu yang terjadi ya. Jadi sesuatu yang dibuat oleh pihak tertentu, terutama dari top manajemen, dalam kita bilangnya itu window dressing lah, laporan keuangan, sehingga menarik dari para investor, tapi itu semu semuanya. Ya. We control over off balance sheet dan ineffective audit committee oversight. Komite auditnya tidak jalan. Ya, tidak ada yang mengontrol atas auditor tidak mengontrol atas senior manajemen berusaha membuat laporan keuangan itu menjadi bagus untuk kepentingan investor, tapi ternyata itu semua ya. Dan dari hal Enron kasus ini timbullah SOX ya, Sarbanes-Oxley, yang itu menjadi landasan sekarang ICOFR ya. Jadi itu perjalanan panjang dari ICOFR dari tahun 2001 sampai sekarang tahun 2026. Next slide. Jika kita bicara kasus di Indonesia, ya, saya contoh yang pertama ini Garuda Indonesia lah, tahun 2018. Jika kita bicara itu Garuda ini ya sangat antik, ya. Revenue recognized before economic substance was fulfilled. Ya. Government conflict in financial reporting decision. Hal ini tahun sebelumnya 2017 Garuda itu rugi, tapi 2018 jadi untung. Kenapa bisa seperti itu? Pada saat itu Presiden Komisarisnya melihat Bapak Khairul Tanjung, dia tidak mau tanda tangan. Dia meminta dilakukan audit full. Dan ternyata ditemukan bahwa ada laporan keuangan yang salah menyatakan pendapatan. Kedua, efficiency tahun 2023 masih segar ingatan kita bagaimana efficiency memanipulasi laporan keuangan, double bookkeeping. Jadi antara kepentingan internal dan kepentingan eksternal, terutama dari stakeholder dan investor itu tidak mengetahui apa yang terjadi dalam aktivitas perusahaan. Yang ketiga, kimia farma tahun 2022. Ya. Lemahnya pengawasan inventory atas subsidiary dan juga insufficient audit evidence. Ya. Semua ini contoh yang saya sampaikan itu adalah lemahnya pengawasan atas laporan keuangan. Oke, next slide. Ya. Jadi common failure itu seperti apa sih polanya ya? Jika kita melihat 5 contoh tadi, itu yang pertama adalah manajemen override. Ya. Senior manajemen, top manajemen mempunyai kepentingan atas laporan keuangan yang dibuat. Nah, auditor di mana posisinya? Kita melakukan audit, ada eksternal, melakukan audit tahunan, ada internal mengawasi transaksi harian mungkin atau bulanan, ya. Tapi jika manajemen override-nya itu conflict of interest di situ, sulit bagi kita juga internal audit untuk bergerak. Kedua, weak governance over accounting judgment. Ini tata kelola dalam membuat accounting-nya, ya. Bagaimana tata kelola itu sangat diperlukan untuk meningkatkan ICOFR. Yang ketiga, poor data integrity. Yang keempat, ineffective monitoring dan review mechanism. Balik lagi, monitoringnya siapa yang menjalankan pengawasan atas semua transaksi tersebut. Next slide. Bagaimana caranya meningkatkan ICOFR? Yang pertama, penggunaan ERP system. Perusahaan yang sudah semakin berkembang itu harus menggunakan ERP system yang baik, bukan hanya Excel. Karena dengan ERP system itu semua terintegrated. Yang kedua, segregation of duty dan approval matrix. Perlunya adalah pemisahan kekuasaan antara departemen-departemen tertentu, misalnya accounting dengan finance harus dipisah, accounting dengan purchasing, atau finance dengan GA. Janganlah menaruh second line defense menjadi first line. Accounting itu, terutama accounting itu tidak boleh menjadi pelaksana operasional. Yang ketiga, strong financial governance. Keempat, risk-based ICOFR design. ICOFR design itu dibuat berdasarkan resiko, bukan berdasarkan keinginan dari kepentingan atau owner. Yang terakhir adalah robust IT general control. Oke, next slide. Nah, untuk role auditor dalam dunia digital ICOFR itu seperti apa? Yang pertama adalah guardians of financial governance. Ya, jadi auditor itu sekarang diharapkan untuk menguatkan IT auditnya, karena seperti yang saya bilang, ERP system, semua semakin digital, semakin harus mengerti apa yang terjadi pada masa sekarang. Udah zamannya AI, udah zamannya digital. Yang kedua, sebagai evaluator of digital control design. Auditor harus bisa mengevaluasi atas kontrol yang sudah dijalankan. SOP dan polisi itu harus bisa dimengerti dan dijalankan. Dan itu bisa direview oleh auditornya. Yang ketiga, advisor on financial reporting risk. Ya. Next slide. Oke, summary bisa kita lihat di sini ya. Jadi, digitalization transform the nature of IQFR risk. Zaman sudah makin berkembang, bisnis juga semakin canggih, teknologi semakin memadukan bisnis kita, memaksimalkan bisnis kita. Dan itu semuanya harus berada dalam IQFR risk. Ya. Yang ketiga ini ERP system dan technical control merupakan fondasi, bukannya solusi. Ya. Terakhir, tata kelola. Tata kelola ini penting, terutama bagi pemangku kepentingan. Ini yang sangat krusial, bagaimana tata kelola itu harus bisa dijalankan untuk tujuan perusahaan. Ya, terima kasih, Doris.
Thank you, Pak Yosef, for the insightful presentation. Now, to further enrich our discussion, we will continue to our second speaker who will complement this insight from a banking industry with a new perspective on strengthening the iCover. It is my pleasure to introduce Pak Antonius Gunadi to share his insight and experience from the banking sector. Pak Anton is a seasoned audit and governance leader with over 25 years of professional experience across banking, mining, telecommunication, manufacturing, and plantation sectors. He has led numerous cross-border audit engagement throughout the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions, including assignments in Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, Hong Kong, the United Arab Emirates, and Australia. He currently serves as Chief Audit Executive at PT Bank CIMB Niaga and previously held key leadership roles at Citibank Indonesia, including country head of audit and regional audit oversight for retail branch network across 14 countries. Beyond his corporate career, Pak Anton actively contributes to strengthening governance practices in Indonesia. He currently serves as the chairman of Ikatan Auditor Intern Bank (IIB), representing more than 2,200 internal auditors from over 90 banks nationwide, and as a member of Komite Kebijakan Governansi Nasional (KNKG) for the 2025 until 2029 term. He holds a bachelor degree in accounting from University of Tarumanegara and a Master of Science in Management from Gies College of Business, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and has completed executive programs at the University of Cambridge, IMD, Switzerland, and the Wharton School. Without further ado, please welcome Pak Anton.
Thank you, Liz. Selamat sore semuanya. Jadi mungkin tadi kalau Pak Norma tadi sudah menceritakan praktek tentang penggunaan digital untuk di internal control over financial reporting. Tadi di sesi sebelumnya juga ada Pak Hendro, juga Pak Ramon menceritakan tren penggunaan teknologi ya, khususnya AI untuk pengerjaan audit khususnya di auditor. Pada kesempatan kali ini saya mau sharing actual use case nih. Jadi benar-benar contoh nyata bagaimana auditor di bank itu internal audit ya, itu menggunakan teknologi bisa dari digital data atau menggunakan AI untuk doing day-to-day jobs-nya. So, if teman-teman di sini pasti kebanyakan accounting lah ya. So, I would imagine that kalau belum pernah kerja itu maybe belum ada bayangan itu kayak apa sih internal audit. So, I would imagine mungkin most of you itu membayangkan auditor itu as a checklist of compliance functions. But in today's world, internal audit professions, a lot of things change, especially in the past 5 or 6 years. If I can go back a bit further, mungkin Liz juga pernah ngalamin, if we go back a bit further like 15 or 20 years ago, most of internal audit works, what we did is actually doing sampling. Yeah. So if there are like thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of transactions, internal auditors or external auditors usually take a sampling using statistical method. And rule of thumb, commonly accepted best practices, we can actually take only 30 samples and then draw a conclusion from that. Now, fast forward in the past 5 years, those practices changed. So instead of taking sampling, most of the audit nowadays are doing full-blown populations. So what we do is actually we take a look 100% of the populations. So I will go next slide, please, if you can help with the slides. Okay, so just imagine in a banking world now. Yeah, trust every one of you must have banking account, either with state-owned bank, Mandiri, BRI, BNI, and likes, or probably with BCA. And if you have with CIMB, I thank you being a loyal customer. But you can imagine that you individually, how often you do transactions in a daily basis. People can easily do transaction 1 or 2 or 3 times a day, especially with wallet, with GoPay, with Dana, with OVO. Yeah. So now our population in Indonesia, for example, is like easily 300 million, right? So if everybody doing at least one transaction a day, financial transaction in Indonesia can easily 300 million transactions a day. So if you do sampling, only take 30 sample, do you think is that adequate or not? Of course not. So in today's internal audit work, you can imagine million of transactions like the one in the slide, and you need to find the hidden secret and hidden story from that. Next slide. So it's no longer about spreadsheets, it's about finding the story behind the data. Next slide. So just for a bit of information, for the context, CIMB Niaga is the second largest private bank in Indonesia. We have 400 plus branches across 100 cities in Indonesia, 8 million customers, and we have 13,000 employees. So you can imagine the size of CIMB Niaga. If you have to do the audit in old-fashioned way, I only have like limited number of auditors. I cannot visit 400 branches every day, right? So I need to make sure I employ the best approach to do the audit. Next slide. So this is just a bit disclaimer. I will share today with you 3 cases, and these 3 cases actually happened between 2022 to 2024. So this is the real example, real case. With the intention, you will have an idea what is the actual use case of data analytics and AI in the real world. However, I have to say, I have already altered the number. I already have altered some of the key informations to protect the confidentiality. So with that disclaimer being said, I would like to go to the first case. Next. So the first case is about the incentive fraud. Yeah. Next slide. So in CIMB Niaga back in 2022, 2021, we have an incentive for the direct sales. So the incentive rules is very simple. Only 3 of them. Yeah. First, you find new customer to open mobile banking, what we call Okto. Yeah. Second criteria, that newly opened account needs to have a minimal balance at the end of the month. Not that much, only 50,000 at the end of the month. Easy, right? And the third criteria, those newly needs to do at the minimum 2 transactions. You can top up your wallet, you can transfer to your friends. So as long as these 3 criteria are met, the sales or the direct sales, what we call it, will receive incentive. Very easy, right? Next slide. But questions is the one that we noted from the audit said, where's the money coming from the newly account automobile? Next slide. From the audit, when we use the data, we start to see patterns. And this can only be seen if you use full populations and full data. So if you can see on the sebelah yang on the left-hand side, there is like purple and yellow. And there's initial DCH and the bottom is MS. I don't know if you can see that clearly from your screen. So those are the sales. And then if you follow through all of the lines, the purple lines goes to the middle and the yellow line go to the middle. And you see on the right-hand side, it goes to all of the individual GoPay and all of the wallets. So when we do the audit at the first stage, we only want to make sure that the commission or incentive is paid properly. Jadi dibayarnya benar nggak? Jadi misalnya kalau misalnya Anton dibayar with incentive, apakah Anton sudah comply dengan 3 kriteria nggak? So it's very easy, right? So aku just melihat Anton dibayar insentif this month 1 juta. Betul nggak? Syaratnya itu dia udah buka akun yang dibuka itu ada 3 syarat terpenuhi. Ada minimal balance, ada new account, sama melakukan 2 transaksi. In traditional audit, usually people will stop at that stage. Berarti komisinya sudah di-support oleh proper documentations. However, by using data, we started to see a funny behavior. What happened is that from the data we can trace, ternyata direct sales-nya itu yang mentransfer account-nya itu pakai uang dia sendiri, dan kemudian at the end of the month dibiarin 50.000, besok bulan depannya dia akan kembali lagi ke account direct sales-nya lewat wallet direct sales. So we can trace using the data analytic and develop a visual like this to make sure, oh, this is make sense atau enggak. Next slide. What happened was in 2022, next slide-nya please, 98.7% itu difunded dengan incentive scheme yang seperti itu. Jadi from data only then we can see 98.7% itu direct sales-nya itu menggunakan skematik. Dia meminta orang buka account, ya, uangnya dari dia melakukan 2 kali transaksi kemana? Ke GoPay-nya dia sendiri. At the end of the day, dia meet nggak 3 kriteria? Of course meet. But from the bank perspective, uangnya nggak ada. So, with the data analytic, when we see the whole populations, tidak hanya ngambil 30 sampel, kita baru bisa melihat ada pattern-pattern yang behavioralnya itu mencurigakan. Dan terbukti, 98.7%. Ya. Dan only with this, internal audit bisa start to play the strategic role, advisory role. Dan what we did adalah we need to advise management, guys, your incentive scheme gampang banget lo dimanipulate. Ya kan? So, what is it that you need to do? Bayangkan kalau kita dulu mengambil cuma sampel 30, kita dari 30 mungkin kalau lagi beruntung ya, tergantung garis tangan kita lagi beruntung nih, kita ketemu 2 yang fraud. Action plan-nya apa kalau ketemu cuma 2 fraud? Oh, orang pecat. That's it. Karena kita nggak tahu, we will not be able to draw a conclusions 2 fraud ini itu systemic atau isolated. So that is one of the benefit dan the actual practices how the internal audit at the banking industry now doing the audit job. Next slide-nya. Jadi kita bisa lihat behavioral as opposed to transactional errors. Next slide. Berikutnya. Nah, ini yang lebih menarik nih. Loophole points. So, I'm not sure di sini ada yang punya kartu kredit, mungkin mahasiswa, kartu kredit dari orang tuanya, atau yang sering ngikutin model-model travel hack gitu, kalau ngumpulin transaksi lewat kartu kredit, nanti bisa ditukar mileage. I'm sure anak-anak UI udah pasti jago-jago cari-cari travel hack gitu ya, udah ngetop gitu ya. So, this is one of the things that was happening in the banking in 2002 nih, 2023 kira. But we using the data untuk juga menut hole terkait this transaction. Next slide. Berikutnya. So, in our continuous monitoring from month-to-month basis, we noted itu ada satu customer, Mr. X, ya. Dia itu, karena kita doing data population ya, full nih, Ibu Liz. Jadi kita bisa melihat kalau ada yang jump. So, biasanya kalau kita ngumpulin poin, kita belanja di Indomaret, kita belanja di apa, poin itu biasanya pelan nih terkumpulnya, ya. But satu orang ini, Mr. X, itu tidak cuma pelan, dia udah kayak pakai roket tuh, langsung poinnya meningkat. Dalam September 2020 itu sampai Desember 2020 itu poinnya meningkat 51 kali. Poin yang dia kumpulkan ya. So this got us thinking, dari satu anomali ini, what's going on nih. Apakah Mr. X nih pinter banget ya? Kok dia belanjanya gede banget kali gitu ya? Bisa ngumpulin poinnya banyak. Ya. So then we decided to take a look on the other side of the coin. Jadi kita melihat nih ada apa. Nextnya. Jadi yang terjadi through our data analytics, kita bisa kemudian menemukan modusnya. Next slide-nya, tolong. So, itu ada loophole yang digunakan oleh Mr. X. Tapi ini terjadinya 2022 ya, jadi udah ditutup dengan audit kita, jadi nggak bisa dicoba di Sandiaga. Kalau di bank lain nggak tahu, silakan dicoba. So, Mr. X melakukan purchase di online platform. Apa aja sih online platform? Bisa Shopee, Tokopedia, dan sebagainya. Pakai kartu kredit dia. Banyak dia, bisa 100 juta, 200 juta itu ya. Masalahnya at the time, in 2022 itu, di CMB Niaga, karena we being one of the best customer service banking, begitu transaksi, besok poin udah dikasih. So, this guy, itu kemudian di akhir bulan, sebelum tagihannya itu dicetak, dia membatalkan transaksinya. Di Tokopedia kan bisa ya, 2-3 hari itu dibatalkan, di Shopee dan sebagainya. So, poinnya sudah dikasih, belum ditagih udah dibatalkan, at the end of the day, kartu kreditnya transaksinya kan udah gak valid. Dia ditagih enggak? Of course enggak. Tapi poin sudah diberikan, sudah masuk nih. Dan sebelum banknya sadar, dia langsung udah cepat redeem dulu poinnya. So that what is happening tuh. So, you can imagine kalau kita punya 8 million customer, and you only take 30 samples, 50 samples, even 100 samples, itu tergantung dari garis tangan tuh, kalau mau ketemu mujur atau tidak nih, kita bisa ketemu specific fraud. However, thankfully karena kita using data, kita bisa melihat yang jam itu langsung signifikan, ini abnormal nih. This is anomaly. So kita bisa dig deeper. Next slide-nya. Berikutnya. Jadi tadi dia itu in total Mr. X itu kurang lebih 7,5 miliar yang dia manipulate, dan dia bisa mendapatkan itu hampir, itu dia poinnya tuh hampir menggunakannya 140 juta. Hanya dengan loophole ini. Dan karena kita menggunakan data analytics, internal audit bisa kemudian merekomendasikan spread cyclical management. Halaman berikutnya. Kita tutup yuk loophole-nya nih. Cara loophole ini adalah sistemik. Next-nya, satu lagi. Tolong satu lagi. Ya. Jadi ini salah satu bagaimana internal audit bisa menggunakan data and technology untuk men-strengthening governance dan menjadi partner buat manajemen. Berikutnya yang terakhir nih. Kalau tadi yang kasus pertama dan kasus kedua, internal audit using internal data. Ya. Tapi ada juga loh sumber data lain, yaitu external data. Nah sekarang saya mau tanya teman-teman nih. Kalau teman-teman nih, mungkin Mas, dulu ada yang dari luar kota nggak? Pertama kali ke Depok, bingung dong mau makan apa. Kalau nyari restoran, ngapain? Caranya gimana? Apa? Analisis sekitar, kalau caranya sekarang anak muda pakai apa? ChatGPT bisa. Atau kalau misalnya, kalau di Google, ChatGPT terlalu maju lah ya. Map Google. Misalnya ketemu nih ada 2 restoran. Restoran ayam sama restoran soto seger. Tadi ya soto seger tuh saya lewat. Biasanya gimana kita lihat? Kita biasanya tanya Google, lihat rating. Yang ratingnya tinggi, kemungkinan besar lebih enak. So kita kemarin berpikir 2023 itu, kalau orang ke restoran ngecek Google rating, bisa diterapkan nggak buat banking? Kira-kira diterapkannya dalam hal apa buat banking? Kalau kita punya 400 cabang, ada nggak Google ratingnya untuk 400 cabang itu? Pernah nggak lihat Google rating buat bank? Ternyata ada loh. Ada. Jadi kita kemudian menggunakan external data sources untuk melihat kira-kira dari 400 cabang CMB Niaga itu, ratingnya yang 1 yang mana, 2 mana, sampai yang paling top mana nih. Kenapa kita kepingin tahu? Karena kita ingin melihat bahwa itu kira-kira strength sama weakness-nya apa. Jadi kalau kita bisa identify cabang yang bagus, kita bisa pelajari. Next slide-nya. Berikutnya. Next slide-nya lagi. Jadi ini kita atur dari cabang CMB Niaga waktu itu, bisa dilihat yang bintang 5 ada berapa, bintang 1 ada berapa, mayoritas di tengah lah. Ya. Dan kita mulai analisa with AI untuk melihat kira-kira orang ngomong apa. Next slide. Dan we started to realize, orang-orang ngomong di Twitter, di Google, di Instagram, itu kan biasanya kalau customer komplain, sekarang di Instagram sama di Twitter. Ya kan? Itu kan sebenarnya makan signal koas. So kita sejak 2023 itu menggunakan menarik data dari sosial media, sentimen-sentimen ini kita terjemahkan dari merah, amber, sama hijau. Untuk kemudian mengindikasikan yang mesti saya audit apa nih. Next slide-nya lagi. Next slide. Nah, ada strategic benefit dari sentiment analysis yang kita lakukan using external data point. Satu, better service, kita bisa tahu kenapa cabang itu dikasih nilai jelek, kenapa dikasih nilai bagus, kita bisa kemudian saling pelajari, simpler strategi untuk improve, dan faster management. Next slide-nya, yang menarik, next slide-nya lagi, kita expand tuh bandingin sama bank lain. Gitu kan? Punya mainan baru nih, kita bandingin semua bank lain nih. Ada Mandiri, BRI, BCA, provinsi. Jadi kita bisa kasih tahu manajemen, manajemen, di Aceh tuh yang menang ini loh. Di Jawa Tengah yang menang ini loh. Kita pelajari tuh. Kenapa BCA bisa bagus ya? Di komen di Twitter. Kenapa ternyata misalnya di Google ratingnya bisa bagus di provinsi tertentu dibanding kita. Jadi kita pelajarin dengan AI, karena ada unstructured data, kalau dipelototin pakai mata bisa, tapi mungkin berbulan-bulan. So we just use AI untuk men-summarize, dan kita boleh pelajari ada pattern apa, dan kemudian dibentuk task force oleh manajemen, dan dalam waktu cuma kurang dari 12 bulan, Google ratingnya CIMB Niaga itu naik 40%. So, apakah ini traditional audit? Of course enggak. Tapi inilah yang kita bisa gunakan teknologi untuk melakukan internal audit ke depannya. Ya, so saya rasa itu saja dari saya kembalikan ke list. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Anton, for the sharing valuable insight on the banking industry. From the perspective set by our previous speaker, manufacturing and the banking, it is also important for us to hear directly from the financial technology industry, where digital process, automation, and real-time transaction present the opportunities and unique control challenges. It's my pleasure to introduce Pak Diantoli, who will provide an industry perspective on how iCover is implemented and strengthened in the digital-first environment, particularly within fintech sector. Pak Dianto is the head of internal audit of PT Commerce Finance as Pay Later or Money, a position he has held since October 2021. He oversees end-to-end internal audit activities, including risk assessment, audit planning, and stakeholder management, and work closely with both internal and external parties. In addition, he collaborates with the internal audit function of the parent company, C Limited, based in Singapore, as well as other subsidiaries within the C Group. Prior to joining PT Commerce Finance, Pak Dianto accumulated extensive experience in internal audit and IT audit roles across manufacturing and fintech companies, as well as Big Four audit firms operating in Indonesia, Singapore, and Hong Kong. He holds a bachelor degree in accounting from Kwik Kian Gi School of Business, Indonesia, and is certified internal auditor CIA and certified information system auditor CISA. In recognition of his expertise, he was awarded Indonesia CISA top scorer in 2017. Without further ado, please welcome Pak Dianto on the stage.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Our distinguished guests here, and also all our participants may be joining here with us, and also online through Zoom or YouTube. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organizing committee to invite me as one of the speaker in this seminar. Okay, I have the timer there. Okay, great. I will talk about the internal control over financial reporting, or we call it iCover. Yeah, that's the new term, iCover. It's easier to pronounce in fintech organizations. Okay, next. Here are our agenda. maybe quite similar to Pak Yosef's presentation before. I will maybe speed up on the what's fintech and what I cover is, and more focus on the fintech industry. Next. So what is fintech? Next. Fintech is a technology-enabled innovation in financial services that could result in new business model, applications, processes, or products with an associated material effect on financial markets and institutions. This is the definition I took from the internet, right? But I think we all have experience using fintech in our day-to-day life. Next. Okay. Is this the PDF file or the PowerPoint file? Never mind. Okay, for the sake of time. Yeah, you see digital wallets, we have GoPay, OVO, Dana, ShopeePay. Then we have the online lending platform, peer-to-peer lending, Kredivo, Akulaku, Modalku. Maybe some of you have used it. Digital banks, Bank Jago, C-Bank, Blue by Digital. Actually, I put Octo there, but I think they used the previous slide. All right. Buy now, pay later. Those who like to shop on TikTok, we have TikTok pay later, right? Shopee pay later. Investment and wealth application, Bibit, Ajaib. So these are the fintech. I think we have encountered it in our day-to-day life. Next. And fintech is actually supported by OJK. Why? Later, there will be a slide explaining why. But you can see here, there are a lot of fintech services. So it is under OJK Cluster Inovasi Keuangan Digital. Now it is called Informasi Teknologi Sektor Keuangan. So it is supported by OJK. And the reasons are, next. First, to increase financial inclusion. You know, Indonesia have many islands apart from each other. We have our brothers and sisters there in Papua, right? Very far away. I'm glad that CLB Niaga has established its presence there. As we can see. Yeah. Also, to support economic growth, the small and medium enterprise. Then I just, I've read some article that during the financial crisis, the small and medium enterprise are the ones that keeping our economy afloat. Yeah, so it is very important for the regulators as well to support our UMKM, right? To encourage innovation in financial services, to maintain financial stability, because if the government do not or does not regulate, then the market will take over. And we have seen what could happen if the market takes over. There are like illegal lending platform and so on and so forth. The fifth is to improve efficiency and transparency, because we can see that the fintech can process small transactions, such as the Kris that we are using day to day. It can process a lot of transaction, and it's also part of the financial inclusion for our UMKM. And the last one is the alignment with national digital strategy. Next. I cover at a glance. Next. I won't discuss this too much. Yeah, it is a process to ensure that our financial statements are reliable, our reporting complies with accounting standards, and fraud and material misstatements are prevented and detected. Next. Next, please. Why Akafot is more relevant in Indonesia? Next. We see that you've seen the Ajaib, then another investment platform, right? So it is easier for us to invest in the stock market. And also the stock market is the face of a nation. So if you watch the news, the current downgrading of Indonesian stock exchange, it it does not reflect good on our nation. So what happened to these companies listed on our stock exchange? They have to provide their financial statements. And from the financial statement, investor, whether they are here in Indonesia or whether they are abroad, they will analyze the financial statement and see whether the company is healthy, whether they foresee future revenues growth for the company. So that's why the financial reporting and also the eye cover is getting more ground here in Indonesia. Next. Yeah, so it is supposed to be a PowerPoint slide, one picture after another, but yeah, it's all right. It's an increasing strength regulation environment in Indonesia. On that side, we have like the eye cover in banking. This side, we have eye cover in financing company. And the middle one is the eye cover for our state-owned enterprise or BUMN. Next. This is the same similar story with Pak Yosef, the Garuda Indonesia one. And also just, there are many, I'm not saying there are many, however, there are cases. And also this one, the financial sector, the Jiwasraya and Asabri. I think most of us may have heard about this. I won't go into much into detail about this. Yeah, I think all of you can find them in the news. Yeah, just Google them. Next. Then the rapid digitization and fintech growth is also fueling the need for the eye cover, because like processing the small transactions is becoming easier with the current technology. The high transaction volumes is easier, and also there is an increase in cybersecurity and system control risk. Next. All right, I would like to talk about the risk unique for fintech. Next. So these are the characteristics of a financial technology company: high volume digital transactions, automated revenue recognition, complex payment flows like e-wallet, BNPL, and cross-border payment, and heavy reliance on IT systems. Next. Oh yeah, so the first picture is I think OVO, second one Aku Laku, third one is Superbank, and the last one is Ajaib. So rapid product innovations. I would like to show this. The first one actually in the mall. When we walk, we want to purchase something, we want to eat. We can see like a lot of promotions from the fintech. So they are competing with each other. They are innovating at a very fast speed. So the eye cover itself needs to also keep up with this rapid change. You can imagine that OVO, GoPay, then ShopeePay, they are giving cashbacks at certain merchants. Then as a consumer, we love it, right? Yeah. But at the back end, we don't know what's happening. I mean, the finance and the accounting team, they may need to work more just to ensure that they are recording the transaction accurately and completely. Next. You still have 5 minutes, yeah, Pak? Key challenge. You see, at the fintech, there's a lot of systems involved, API integrations with bank partner, with customer, with vendors, cloud infrastructure, yeah, our core banking system, automated reconciliation. So this makes the IT control should play more prominent here. Next. Okay, I think this is important. And as an IT auditor, I would like to make more people aware of this. So this is IT general control. We hope the system can replace us processing transaction at a rapid speed. Yes, they can. Like manufacturing, maybe here if we set the system to produce something, they will produce it consistently throughout all audit period throughout the year. For manufacturing, maybe there's a physical consideration, such as maybe like the arm, the robotic arm may need some oil or they need to do maintenance. But for transactions in information system, it is much more accurate. Even like we can achieve 100% accuracy until next. Until this happened. What's this? Transaction are processing, okay, consistent until something happened there. Whether it's internal, whether it's external, there is someone started to do something with the system. And see, the output is now it's not correct anymore. Before it was blue, now it is red. Yeah. So this can happen in any system. So that's why, like Pak Yosef mentioned, the ITGC, we will talk more about ITGC, is very important. Next. So machine system, they can produce result consistently until something happen, where the unauthorized person come and change the code, or a change management process not working properly, it is not approved or it's not tested properly, then the whole transaction after that will become incorrect. Next. This is cybersecurity landscape. You can see that are fintech company, there are risks around them, whether it's a remote employee or data breach and all. Yeah, I think it's quite general. I'm saving time for the next slide, please. How to mitigate the risk? Next. Like Pak Yosef I mentioned, strengthening the governance and building a sustainable control culture. Like their machine, their system, we still control them. Okay, maybe not us, but someone is controlling them. We need to have a proper governance, like proper segregation of duties and such. We will also in the next slide. The three lines model, you can Google the three lines model. It's basically what we are having in our government system, in company, in corporate. You have the governing body, independent, commissioner. They are not part of the, they are not running the organization. They are providing oversight. Then we have the management with the first line and second line. And the third line is the internal auditor need to be independent. Next. Separation of duties, of course. So I quote from Lord Acton, power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Then I quote from ChatGPT because my ChatGPT just produced something very nice here. Segregation of duties is not about slowing power down. It is about stopping power from destroying itself. Like a government, corrupt government, they are destroying themselves, right? Like bad management, they are destroying themselves. Next. So, the power need to be controlled. Just like how do you call it in English? Irrigasi, right? The water is precious. The water gives life. We need to direct them to their places. Next. Okay, strengthening ITGC, access management, change management is okay. Next. This one we have covered. Okay, next. Backup and recovery, of course, very important because data is unique to our organizations. For SAP, for Oracle, we can buy them again from our vendor, but our data is unique to us. If they are lost, then how are we going to find them? Next. Leveraging technology in audit, yeah, we need to be, we should not be scared of the technology. If we are scared, then what happened to product? Yeah. Next. Gamia Express, then also another taxi. they did not survive. Bluebird is the one that leverage technology and it can survive. Next, of course, this is like the leading ride-hailing application now. Next, yeah, technology will continue to evolve with or without us. The future belongs to those who are ready to evolve. You are accounting students. You are not good at STEM. What should you do? Right? Next, STEM is like engineering, technology, mathematics, science. This is my last slide. Okay. Technology doesn't replace humanity, it amplifies it. We don't need to build the machine, we need to work with it. Non-STEM students, they can benefit as a differentiator. The future will not belong only to engineers, it belongs to people who can bridge humans and technology. Next. Okay, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pak Dianto, for the insightful presentation. With the three industry perspective now presented from manufacturing, banking, and also from the financial technology. Now we will move forward to the talk show session. The discussion will allow us to connect the key ideas set by our speakers, compare experiences across industry, and explore practical implication to enhancing the eye cover in the digital context. Now we will start the talk show session. Okay. Maybe for the first question, Pak Yosef, Pak. What is the contribution from internal audit to support the eye cover? And please explain the relation from the internal audit to the external auditor, Pak.
Okay. The contribution from internal audit for ICO-FR, we check the metrics approval. Sometimes in operational, we have metric approval. Okay. We have segregation of duty. Okay. But sometimes the operational cannot handle the pressure from the senior management. Example like this lah. We have entertainment metric approval. Yeah. 500 to GM, maybe 1 million to director. Okay. The GM claim over budget. If the accounting or finance follow the rule with metric approval, they cannot process. Or the excess must paid by the user. But the user always make exceptions. I will ask the CEO maybe for approval. COC approve, okay. As internal audit, we see what happened in operational. If operational always under pressure, they cannot do like the approval. Ya. Jadi mereka tidak bisa menjalankan apa yang sudah dibuat policy-nya. In long term, it affect the financial statements. Because the cumulative of journal, it's not appropriate lah. Tidak sesuai itu. Nah, jadi tugasnya internal audit adalah memastikan bahwa policy SOP yang sudah dibuat dijalankan. Jika ada difference, ya user harus take responsible, harus bertanggung jawab. Oke, cukup. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yosef. The next questions maybe for the Pak Anton. Pak Anton, with the million of digital transactions, Pak, like you mentioned before, occurring every second at bank, like CMB Niaga, how does the audit team distinguish normal transaction from those that may conceal the fraud?
So the question is more that how can we tell whether the transactions are genuine and whether there are indications from fraud? Yeah. So easy way to answer those is that we can employ technology actually, Liz. So there's like, so if we're talking about AI, actually, AI is very hot lah. So at the moment, everybody knows about Gen AI. That is the sexiest thing. But actually, AI also cover machine learning. Right? So there's like a concept in machine learning. If you know familiar with Python and everything else, machine learning, we can actually use machine learning to identify anomaly patterns. So rule of thumb, if we pull down millions of transactions and we program the machine learning correctly, they will help us to pinpoint which transaction is within the acceptable limit and which transaction is, guys, this is anomalies. And the job from the auditors, you just pinpoint those anomalies and deeper lah from the dashboard. So when you're talking about AI, yeah, don't limit yourself all of the sexy Gen AI thing. But machine learning is one of the most powerful tools that you can use to identify a lot of things. Like we call it sometimes random forest. Random forest is a Python language when we can pull things. And random forest basically will tell you if you go to the jungle in the middle of the forest, if they see something is not tree, doesn't have leaves, doesn't color green, it will pinpoint to us. So we can use those methodology to identify which one is potentially fraud, which one is potentially genuine.
Thank you, Pak Anton, for the answer. The next question for Pak Dianto. The fintech sector, Pak, faces unique challenges, such as a very high volume of digital transactions and highly automated system, like you mentioned just now. What risks are most commonly overlooked by the fintech organization in managing their internal controls?
Common risk, I think it correlated with the nature of the fintech. They are changing very fast, and sometimes, I have forgotten to say some disclaimer that I'm not representing my company. It's my own view as a internal audit professional. So fintech is going very fast. Changes occurs very often. So how do we make sure that these changes are authorized, they are tested, and they do not pose any instability with the production system? Like this production system is accessed by millions of people. So if something happened to the production system, like Gojek, Grab, if they system is down like only for 5 minutes, how many transactions they wouldn't be able to process? Yeah, so introducing these changes need to have a proper governance. Yeah, it doesn't mean that quick changes cannot be introduced. There are emergency changes. Yeah, I believe if, let's say, in the banking sector, if people cannot pull their money out of ATM, there must be like a panic there, right? So emergency change can be implemented quickly. However, they still need to be reviewed after the post implementation. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge in the fintech is the rapid change and how the development team, they should be able to work alongside with the risk team, with the compliance team to ensure that the proper changes are implemented. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Dianto. The next question for Pak Yusuf, Pak. In the manufacturing environment, where financial reporting is heavily driven by automated production and inventory system, can digitalization truly strengthen the iCover, or does it merely shift control risk from manual weaknesses to complex systemic vulnerabilities?
Okay. From my experience, right now, if we do depends of manual flow in manufacturing, the process of reporting is very slow. Yeah. Example, in my old company, PT Mayora, yeah, Mayora developed internal program for user interface for only entry document. We have SAP, yeah, as a core server, but if SAP in one time access at the same times, it's very, very slow. Yeah. So the IT and the accounting think how to improve the reality. Ya, bagaimana meningkatkan reality time process, especially the reporting. Ya. No delay reporting lah. So with the on program, the IT develop to increase speed transaction in we call our product. Yeah.
Built by your IT team?
Yes, by IT. Yeah. From the small transaction we develop, make a bigger. Ya. Dari yang kecil dulu kita buat sampai yang besar. The core ERP SAP, but the interface user is different. When I see the controlling, ya, waktu saya cek itu controllingnya, itu kita lihat bagaimana how to data entry between the manual machine and the input. With testing sampel, oke lah. Ya. Bagaimana setelah transaksi dalam satu periode terjadi, di develop ke next transaction. Dan itu step by step. Ya. Jadi difficult to dijelaskan, susah. Intinya manufacturer itu develop ya, not only Mayora, several multinational company develop their own system. But the ERP, maybe SAP, maybe Udo, maybe but only for the server core. Okay.
They link it with the core system ya Pak ya?
Yes, the core system. Use the multinational system.
Oh. Okay, thank you Pak Yusuf for the explanation. Now, we move to the Pak Anton. Pak Anton, given the current trends in Indonesia banking industry Pak, what new skills, because now here all of the students maybe want to improve their skill, what new skills are most critical for internal auditors to remain relevant and act as the strategic partner in the future?
Ya, skill yang paling relevan sekarang ya. So I think this is very very relevant untuk teman-teman yang sekarang kuliah di accounting. I assume majority dari teman-teman ini jurusannya accounting. Pas banget nih Liz, kita di bulan Oktober November, IAIB itu mengadakan survei ke semua member kita, ya. Jadi itu sekitar 70-80 bank itu menjawab. Itu cukup representatif karena merepresent 85% dari total Indonesian bank asset kira-kira ya.
Jadi please put attention ya guys.
Ada 3 yang paling atas ketika kita tanya, ketika nanti Bapak Ibu merekrut internal auditor, kompetensi apa yang paling dicari? 3 di atas, itu apa? Dan bahkan di top 10 tidak ada accounting sama sekali, Liz. Enggak, saya jurusan accounting by the way dulu waktu kuliah ya.
Tapi sekarang kita ngobrolnya di
sama accounting. Nah, ada good newsnya, ada bad newsnya. Bad newsnya, basic accounting, raw accounting skill probably is no longer desired as it used to be. However, accounting provide you with very strong basic untuk yang 3 yang paling atas. Yang pertama adalah data analytics. Yang kedua, AI. Yang ketiga adalah cyber security. Ya. Good newsnya adalah teman-teman di accounting, ya, itu kalian punya basic yang sangat strong untuk menguasai data analytics. Jadi jangan dibayangkan kalau accounting cuma journal entry debit kredit itu aja ya. You need to understand sekarang angka-angka yang ada di jurnal dan di financial statement itu menceritakan apa sih sebetulnya? Story apa yang ada di balik angka-angka itu? Ya, jadi saya kalau mengutip dulu profesor saya yang waktu saya belajar AI data analytics ada data analytics ada 4 skill level nih list. Kalau kita paling gampangnya bisa diingat 2D, 2P, 2 delta, 2 papa itu ya. Paling dasar adalah bisa mendescribe nggak? Jadi describe kalau dikasih lihat, oh ini barangnya ini gitu ya. Dikasih data bisa mendescribe. Agak maju dikit bisa mendiagnosisnya. Jadi data-data ini didiagnosis, bisa didescribe, bisa didiagnosis. Agak naik lagi lihat adalah bisa mempredik nggak? Membaca data, bisa mendescribe, bisa diagnosis, kita bisa predik, 3 bulan lagi kalau gini terus bisa kejadian loh. Nah yang paling ultimately adalah bisa memprescribe nggak? Merekomendasikan kita mesti ngapain. Nah 4 skill itu teman-teman accounting you need to learn. Karena itu nanti akan dicari oleh employer kita.
Oke. Jadi teman-teman yang di sini jangan hanya berhenti di tempat accounting aja, tapi seperti yang Pak Anton katakan, perdalamlah di data analytics, perdalam di cyber security ya Pak ya. Dan satu lagi apa tadi Pak? AI. Okay. Next question maybe for Pak Dianto. Maybe this is the last question before we move to the next session. Pak, it is mentioned that the government and the OJK strongly support the growth of the fintech to enhance the financial inclusion, Pak. To what extent is the current fintech landscape in Indonesia genuinely secure in terms of the financial reporting?
I think it depends on the fintech organization or companies. I mean tergantung perusahaannya gitu. Fintech yang punya pendanaan dari asing gitu, misalnya punya saham yang dimiliki oleh pihak luar, they would like to have some accountability kan gitu, audit reportnya di audit gitu. Nah ini tugasnya adik-adik di sini juga nih yang jadi akuntan publik kan. Jadi kita maksudnya di sini bisa jadi internal audit, bisa jadi external audit gitu. Ya, so it depends if they are fintech means they are in the financial technology services ya. I mean they are regulated by OJK. And OJK is issuing more regulations yang ada di sandbox-nya itu udah beberapa yang udah mau keluarin. Jadi it depends whether they're still in the sandbox. Kalau masih di sandbox kan masih percobaan ya, gitu. Jadi mungkin not really like really heavily regulated, tapi once they are out of the sandbox, nah OJK tuh udah mengeluarkan POJK, SOJK yang mengatur hal-hal tersebut, gitu. Mungkin ICOFR-nya iCover-nya bukan hal yang utama, mungkin dari tata kelolanya dulu gitu, tapi mengarah tahap demi tahap itu mengarah nanti akan ke iCover-nya juga gitu. So it depends on the organizations.
Okay, thank you for our speaker for the engaging and insightful discussion. Now we will move to the question and answer session. For participants who would like to ask the question, raise your hand and I will invite you in turn. And we will take 3 questions. Before asking a question, please mention your name, your affiliation, and which speaker your question is addressed to. Jadi ingat ya, yang ujung itu Pak Dianto, yang tengah ini Pak Yosep, dan yang di sini adalah Pak Anton. Jadi tolong disebutin teman-teman mau nanya ke siapa. Oke, first question.
Thank you for the chance to ask. My name is Putra. I'm from ATV. I'm a journalist too, but I'm from the organization of community of pendukung RI 1. I would like ask about the banking area because it is not very soft. It's very hard because, as you know, you just make the simulation in the internal side of the bank. How about when the data of personal banking, like, when they are doing and then there are such as misachieve, like the phishing or the negative link that can be used via WhatsApp or via Gmail or whatever platform that is being used for telecommunication, and then the money is lost of the customer itself. How about how the responsibility for that customer like that? Because if you only see about how customer use their credit card, it's their own money. If they want to make the misuse of the chance to get the reward or whatever they sell, it is like what we call it, pay it later. You just can do the minimum payment. But how about if the saving itself is being misused like that and gone, like Yeah, like nothing happens, and then when they call to the OJK or when they call to BI or they make the statement in front of police, they cannot do anything. It is being menguap like that. Nothing happens. How about the banking session like this can not only being affordable to make the solution, but actually how to make the security itself. As if we know that AI and cybersecurity is really needed in bank, but actually what stated I forget. Engineers, not only engineers can pursue this technology, everyone can. But how come even the customer itself cannot, at least they have their persistence on how come that my money will be back. Not only the timing, not only the what we'll call it a summary or amount of the money that is being giving back to them, but the security itself. How come that banking sector will be pronounced and will be more security in this disruptive technology era? Thank you very much.
Mungkin izin langsung jawab ya Pak ya. Terima kasih Pak, pertanyaannya bagus sekali. So dalam hal tadi Bapak sebutkan tuh terkaitnya tuh tentang cyber security, baik di sisi bank maupun di sisi customer ya. Memang ada banyak kasus kalau kita bicara tentang mobile banking yang kita menggunakan aplikasi itu kalau yang kasus-kasus terakhir kalau mungkin teman-teman mendengar di sosial media ada kasus yang web based sama yang aplikasi. Kita bicara yang untuk individu kebanyakan mungkin aplikasi ya. Nah, aplikasi itu adanya di handphone kita. Kalau kita bicara tentang ibaratnya kita punya rumah kalau malam biasanya kita gembok pagarnya. Ya. Kalau nanti itu kita ketemu orang yang kita nggak kenal, dihipnotis lah atau diapakan lah, kuncinya kita kasih. Kemudian dengan kunci itu orang itu bisa masuk rumah kita karena pakai kunci. Kalau kemudian orang itu mencuri barang-barang kita nyalain si yang bikin rumah atau enggak? Harusnya enggak. Nah, jadi ada beberapa kasus nih Pak. Ada yang dilakukan phishing seperti itu, dikirimin lewat WA, APK, undangan itu misalnya ya. Begitu diklik, ditanyain, kalian itu belum diklik langsung enggak, itu tidak langsung ke hack. Akan ditanyain dulu, passwordnya apa, user ID-nya apa, OTP-nya apa, handphonenya diambil alih. Jadi kuncinya tuh diambil sebetulnya. Jadi kasus-kasus yang seperti itu, nasabah juga perlu punya basic knowledge apa yang dia harus jaga. Nah, apakah bank tidak bertanggung jawab? Bank juga harus bertanggung jawab untuk mengedukasi nasabah. Selain memperkuat cyber security-nya, tapi kalau kunci udah dikasih itu udah up to nasabah. Cara gimana? Kita harus sosialisasi edukasi nasabah sesering mungkin untuk diingatkan. Makanya kalau Bapak Ibu melihat iklan Dono Kasino Indro itu yang BCA, Dono apa? Saya nggak tahu, saya nggak mau kasih. Itu kan pernah kan tahun lalu kalau nggak salah iklannya si siapa? Indro, ya kan? Itu adalah part dari upaya mengedukasi nasabah. Kalau ada panggilan nggak dikenal, terima undangan atau apa diklik, ditanyain, jangan dikasih. Ya. Nah, pertanyaan kedua yang sering ditanyakan orang, lu kok dia tahu data saya dari mana? Bapak Ibu, terus terang di Indonesia data pribadi kita udah bocor di mana-mana. Itu datangnya bukan dari bank. Kalau Bapak Ibu pengen tahu di bank, bahkan dari 10 tahun lalu data di bank itu paling aman. Karena tidak ada satu orang pegawai pun di bank bisa mengambil data dari sistemnya bank. Bisanya mungkin cuma di handphone, di foto handphone satu. Tapi kalau nasabahnya bank kasih Niaga 8 juta, mau motoin pakai handphone berapa kali. Dan itu semua ada trailnya. Ngapain mau buka-buka akun orang lain gitu. Jadi to be honest, data kita ini sejak tahun bahkan sewaktu zaman COVID, bocornya banyak sekali. Nah makanya itu yang dijual belikan di dark web. Jadi kalau kita terkait dengan yang masalah itu, kita dua pihak harus kita sadar. Nah kenapa bank tidak berbuat apa-apa? Saya kasih tahu Bapak Ibu sekalian, begitu uang kita dijebol, dipindahkan ke bank lain, ya itu dalam hitungan tidak ada kurang dari 1 menit udah ditransfer lagi ke kripto. Udah nggak bisa ditrace. Nah orangnya kalau nggak ditangkap yang account-nya, tahu nggak? Itu yang kita sebut namanya mule account. Saking ekonomi bangsa kita ini lagi nggak bagus, ya. Kalau kita ke desa-desa, itu banyak sekali agen-agen ngumpulin nih Ya Bapak Ibu tukang ojek, mau nggak saya kasih 100.000, Bapak buka account, nanti Bapak saya pakai namanya KTP-nya. Jadi itu yang rekening-rekening penampung, itu memang betul ada orangnya, tapi cuma tukang ojek, pembantu rumah tangga, buruh harian yang namanya dipakai, KTP-nya dipakai untuk rekening penampungan. Mau ditangkap pun juga percuma, karena dia juga korban. Jadi memang kita mau nggak mau, kita harus menjaga aset kita sendiri. Seperti kita menjaga kunci rumah kita. Itu sebagian besar kasus protes seperti itu. Apakah ada bank yang di-hacking? Ada. Banyak. Tahun 2023 sampai 2024, ada 7 bank, total yang di-hacking adalah 1 triliun. Tapi itu adalah uangnya bank, bukan uang nasabah. Itu diambil. Karena tadi Pak disebutkan ETGC-nya di tengah-tengah komputernya dihack. Itu bisa terjadi, tapi itu tidak uang nasabah, uangnya bank. Jadi di periode 2 tahun tersebut ada 7 bank yang di-hacking dan uangnya hilang, totalnya 7 bank itu 1 triliun. Jadi memang cyber security ini jadi salah satu perhatian utama di dunia perbankan dan juga di dunia fintech. Bagaimana kita bisa memprotek bank, memprotek customer, meningkatkan edukasi awareness customer masing-masing. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Anton. Semoga menjelaskan ya Pak. Berhubung karena keterbatasannya waktu, jadi kita hanya menerima 1 last questions. Komite kayaknya.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Steven. I'm international relations graduate and worker, NGO worker. I have 2 questions. First question is, if someone want to be an auditor, should he or she learn about GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, even take GRC certification? Is my first question. Second question is, first speaker, sorry, I forgot your name, sir. Mention about the cases, national cases, especially if it's the case is was viral, right, on the time, and the last speaker quote Lord Acton, quote like Acton, absolute power tend to corrupt. I forgot the comprehensive of the quote. I think we especially fintech should use or adopt blockchain. What do you think from the speakers about it? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Pak Yosef, maybe you want to answer?
Jadi jika ada yang ingin berkarir dalam GRC, ya kita bilang sekarang GRC lah, lebih soft ya, soft spoken, government risk and compliance alias auditor. Kalau auditor tuh konotasinya polis lah, ya GRC. Sebetulnya untuk berkarir dalam GRC, kita seperti yang Pak Anton bilang, yang tadi sudah dijelaskan, itu sudah cukup, ya. Sertifikasi sekarang, banyak sertifikasi yang bertebaran, ya. Tapi saya selalu menganut ada 2, yang internasional dari IIA atau yang BNSP dari YPIA. Diterbitkan oleh 2, yang 2 itulah. IIA itu internasional, YPIA itu nasional. YPIA itu banyak bekerja sama dengan BPKP. Jadi jika mungkin saudara ingin berkarir, cobalah belajar ke institusi yang kredibel. Itu penting. Mungkin more pricey ya, lebih expensive. Tapi akuntabilitasnya itu nggak diragukan gitu. Buat apa kita belajar banyak sertifikasi, tapi user akan mempertanyakan, ini yang mengeluarkannya tuh siapa, lembaganya siapa, gitu. Itu mungkin pertanyaan nomor 1. Nah, pertanyaan nomor 2-nya mungkin Pak Dianto.
Untuk strengthen the governance, ada banyak jalan menuju Roma gitu. Blockchain it is a good technology, but it may not be the single most effective one gitu. So depends sama the organization, the government gitu kan, mereka mau support this kind of technology nggak. Kalau in the financial sector ya, when we introduce some system, kita mesti consult dulu sama OJK gitu kan, whether it is approved or not gitu kan. Dan masih banyak yang lain yang bisa kita explore, tapi blockchain ini memang cukup menjanjikan karena itu kan distributed ledger. Jadi there's no one single person or company organization yang bisa merubah ledger itu gitu. Once it is in the crypto block, itu nggak bisa dirubah gitu. So my answer is yes, it is promising, but it may not be the single most effective one gitu. Perlu kita lihat lagi opsi yang lain tuh alternatifnya seperti apa, and whether mungkin another government atau another company have used them and we can learn from them. What are the benefits and what are the disadvantages gitu. Mungkin mudah-mudahan menjawab ya. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Yosef and Pak Dianto. As we come to the end of this session, I believe today's discussion has given us a rich and well-rounded perspective on how e-cover must evolve in today's digital environment. From our speakers, we've learned that enhancing iCover in the digital context is not just about the technology or the controls alone. It is about the strong governance, clear accountability, collaboration across function, and the ability of auditors can respond thoughtfully to change, especially in the era defined by digitalization, automation, and rapid innovation. The insights set from governance and audit perspective, as well as from the financial technology industry, has reminded us that while digital transformation brings speed and efficiency, it is also requires discipline, transparency, and trust to ensure the integrity of the financial reporting. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to sincerely thanks to all of our speakers for sharing their valuable insight and perspective during this panel session. I would also like to thank all participants for your active engagement and thoughtful questions, which truly enrich our discussion. I would also like to apologize if there were any shortcoming throughout the session. I'm Liz Suryani, and now we'll handle the session back to our MC for the next agenda. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Ms. Liz Suryani, for guiding the discussion, and thank you to our distinguished speaker for the insightful and valuable session.
As a token of appreciation, we will present plaques to our speakers and moderator, followed by a documentation session. The first plaque will be presented to Mr. Yosef Norman as the first speaker of the second session. We invite Fadil as the manager of event to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Allow me to guide the documentation session once more. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next agenda. The second plaque will be presented to Mr. Antonius Gunadi as the second speaker of the second session. We invite Maria as the vice manager of event to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of three. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Allow me to once more guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next agenda. The third plaque will be presented to Mr. Dianto Lee as the third speaker of the second session. We invite Bianca as the manager of event to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Allow me once more to guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next agenda. The fourth plaque will be presented to Ms. Liz Suryani as the moderator. We invite Fadil as the manager of event to present the plaque.
The documentation session will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Allow me once more to guide the documentation session on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Now, we would like to do a photo session with the speakers and moderator. This session will be led by the organizing committee. We kindly ask the audience to stand and move forward to the center of the room for the group photo session. For the audience, please kindly stand up and move forward to the center of the room for the group photo session. Once again, we would like to kindly ask the audience to stand up and move forward to the center of the room for the group photo session.
Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3, 2, and 1. Once again, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you in advance. You may now be seated.
Please kindly stay seated for our next door prize session.
The system is exactly the same as before. As you can see on the screen, all registered offline participants' names have been entered into the system. In just a moment, we will spin the wheel.
And one lucky name will win our next prize. For the first round, the prize is a 16-ounce tumbler corksicle.
Oh, all right, everyone. Eyes on the screen. Are you ready? Let us spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Intan Rizky Nurfa Jarayani. Congratulations. Please come forward and claim your prize. For the second round, the prize is a unisex Casio watch.
All right, everyone, eyes once more on the screen. Are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. And the winner is
Agatha Serafina.
Congratulations. Please come forward and claim your prize. For the third round, the prize is a Gojo Dog mini power bank and fan.
All right, everyone. Eyes on the screen. Are you ready? Let us spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Amalia Dwi Ramadhani.
Is the lucky winner in the room?
Congratulations. Please come forward and claim your prize.
For the fourth round, the prize is a 250,000 rupiah worth of Alfamart voucher by MT Connection.
Once again, let us spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Claudia Josefina. Is the lucky winner present?
We will count to three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we will respin the wheel.
And the lucky winner is Dia Ayu Maharani. Congratulations! Please claim your prize and come forward. Now, let us move to the fifth round. The prize is a Fujifilm Instax Mini 12.
All right, everyone. Once again, eyes on the screen. Are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. And the lucky winner is Mari Raihan. Congratulations! Please come forward and claim your prize. For the final round, the prize is a Dior Addict Lip Glow Oil.
So what are we waiting for? Let us spin the wheel. And the last lucky winner is Adi Pair. Congratulations! Please come forward and claim your prize. Let's give another round of applause for the winners. Now we will move into the documentation session, which will be assisted by our organizing committee. Allow me to guide the documentation session on the count of 3, 2, and 1. Once again, on the count of 3, 2, and 1. In addition, we would like to inform that all participants that feedback form for session 2 is now available. You may access today's event.
Once again, we would like to extend our gratitude to the parties who have contributed to the success of this event. A special thank you to our esteemed sponsor of the 25th ATV,
Pertamina Gas Negara,
Jaminan Kredit Indonesia,
the Institute of Internal Auditors Indonesia,
Jisulai,
Indonesia Stock Exchange,
or provides valuable insight for all participants.
and lastly, I am Christian.
And I am Natasha.
Good evening and see you at the 25th ATV.
Is changing. The world is changing. Business is faster everywhere. And risk is everywhere. Disruption, rising uncertainty, global collapsing trust, rising uncertainty, and collapsing trust. One question the world accountable. Who will keep the world accountable? To blurred account from broken controls to blurred accountability. Driven from ethical lapses to data-driven deception. Navigating a storm. Businesses are navigating a storm has never been greater. Assurance has never been greater. Just about survive. This moment isn't just about surviving. It's about transforming. The auditor's role is no longer passive, not a silent observer, but a driver of resilience, a compass for accountability, a force for trust. This is the vision we carry at the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture. With the theme strengthening the transformative auditor, evolving strengthening assurance amidst evolving business challenge. A call to transform. A call to rise. Together, a call to transform. Together, we'll explore how auditors can lead with integrity and be part innovation impact and be part of the transformation, collaboration, through knowledge, through collaboration today, and through the bold steps we take today. Together, we actualize the vision together. Transformation the 25th Auditors Transformation Venture, actualizing the vision.
setiap proyek yang besar, ada satu hal yang tak ternilai harga. Balik setiap proyek yang besar, ada satu hal yang tak ternilai harganya. Kepercayaan. Namun, bagi banyak menjadi tantangan terbesar. Karena itulah, produk sertifikat jam Perindo hadir. Karena itulah, produk sertifikat jam Perindo hadir. Salah satu produk sertifikat jam Perindo, Baswedan dapat membantu Anda dalam tender maupun menjalankan proyek strategi seperti pembangunan infrastruktur gedung-gedung hingga proyek kami buat jelas dan transparan. Cukup ajukan kelengkapan dokumen usaha Anda ke kantor cabang terdekat dan tim kami siap membantu.
Dulu saya pikir prosesnya rumit, ternyata mudah dan cepat. Anda pengusaha yang bergerak di bidang pengadaan barang dan jasa. Perlu pengusaha yang bergerak di bidang ajukan dulu kontra garansi di jam Perindo, proyek berjalan dengan lancar. Ajukan dulu kontra dengan jaminan dari jam Perindo, usaha saya jadi lebih dipercaya. Dengan jaminan dari jam Perindo, usaha saya jadi lebih dipercaya.
Jaminan masa depan. Fondasi kepercayaan, jaminan masa depan.
Scribbling. Today sounds like you're warming up. Sounds like you're overwhelming your thoughts filled. And your thoughts for a quiet place to rest. Searching for a quiet place to rest of grace gathers at your side. A gentle grace gathers at your side. A small shift. A small shift. The world begins to listen. And the world begins to listen. Your steps live. Your steps live. Time feels wider. Time feels wider. The moment happens. The moment happens. Just enough for you to return yourself. Just enough for you to return yourself in that soft pulse. In that soft pulse. Clarity and peace. Clarity and peace. And quiet to carry your voice. And quiet to carry your voice. Steady and soft. Steady and soft. And to realize your back. And to realize your back. To realize you. What feels good. To what feels good.
Every strong market begins with a solid foundation. Every strong market begins with a solid foundation and progress. In Indonesia, together, preservation, protecting long-term value while building for the future. Protecting long-term value while driven by trade, industry, and innovation. Driven by trade, for a market that is trusted, innovation, resilient, calls for a market that is trusted, resilient, and built for the long term. Indonesia Stock Exchange is the nation's capital market infrastructure. Is the nation's capital market infrastructure, connecting market participants to long-term value creation. Has continued to strengthen market depth. IDX has continued to strengthen market depth, expand participation, and bolster market resilience. IDX delivers international standards, transparency, IDX delivers integrity, transparency, and reliability. Earning the trust of global investors is a commitment. We support responsible investment and the transition to a lower carbon economy and the transition to a lower carbon economy and a global outlook. With a legacy of trust and a global outlook to shape Indonesia Stock Exchange continues to shape Indonesia Stock Exchange, shaping markets. Indonesia Stock Exchange, shaping markets for a global future.
Bosan makanannya terus.
Nggak makan, bro.
Bosan makanannya terus.
Lu nggak makan, bro? Tunggu dulu. Dia lagi nunggu sesuatu yang baru. Tunggu dulu. Dan kamu dia lagi nunggu sesuatu yang baru. Indonesia. Dan kamu harus tahu. Indonesia. Dimarinasi. Daging segar ditabur rempah alami. Dimarinasi hingga meresap tiap inci. Diasap dengan bara api. Smoky. Dan tasty, juicy, dan tasty. Se-Indonesia. Memang layak. Se-Indonesia. Dibuat dengan hati, memang layak. Dinikmati.
Seperti itu.
Wow, se-Indonesia.
Seperti itu.
Di balik setiap langkah yang mendorong kemakmuran, di balik setiap langkah yang mendorong kemakmuran, ada kekuatan yang menghubungkan keyakinan keseimbangan dengan pertumbuhan dan memelihara keseimbangan terus mendorong ekonomi bangsa. Sebuah komitmen yang terus mendorong ekonomi bangsa. Jangkrindo Syariah hadir sebagai Jangkrindo Syariah percaya. Sebagai penjaminan syariah percaya menuju kemajuan bersama. Perjalanan menuju kemajuan bersama. Kami meneguhkan setiap inisiatif, memperkuat dan membangun ekosistem yang kokoh dan terjamin, dan membangun ekosistem yang kokoh dan terjamin. Jangkrindo Syariah sejak 2014 jaminan yang Jangkrindo Syariah membangun layanan penjaminan yang handal dengan terus menghadirkan inovasi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan berbagai sektor, jaringan memperkuat stabilitas dan solusi memperluas jaringan pihak serta menyediakan solusi yang mendukung berbagai pihak secara konsisten. Berbagai penghargaan pencapaian ini diperkuat oleh nasional penghargaan nasional di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Integritas kami bukti nyata atas konsistensi dan integritas kami telah hadir lewat 17 cabang perwakilan kami telah hadir lewat 17 cabang perwakilan di seluruh Indonesia. Upaya kami dalam menghadirkan layanan terbaik, upaya kami dalam menghadirkan layanan terbaik, mendorong perluasan jaringan dan inovasi produk berkembang terbukti dari jaringan cabang yang terus berkembang di berbagai daerah. Hadirnya 10 produk penjaminan unggulan serta hadirnya 10 produk penjaminan unggulan yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Sebagai wujud komitmen dan dedikasi kami, 4 diantaranya menjadi pilar utama. Penjaminan kontrabanggaransi, dukungan finansial proyek. Penjaminan garansi, dukungan finansial proyek. Menjamin pekerjaan selesai tepat waktu. Menjamin pekerjaan selesai tepat waktu. Penjaminan custom mode, memperlancar proses penjaminan custom mode, memperlancar proses ekspor impor. Penjaminan kredit usaha rakyat, penjaminan kredit usaha rakyat UMKM, pembiayaan bagi pelaku usaha UMKM.
Jadi karena semua
Jam Kerindo
audit hari
Syariah
ini
adalah
kira-kira
budaya
insight
kerja
apa sih yang
etos
kakak
menjadi
paling
fondasi dalam setiap
tangkep
langkah.
gitu?
Prinsip ini meneguhkan cara kami bekerja.
Oke, yang
Prinsip
paling
ini
nangkep itu
meneguhkan
di
cara
sini
kami
adalah
bekerja.
keglowingan Pak Dianto
Menyatukan tim
sudah
serta
mengalahkan
memastikan
semua hal
setiap
yang ada.
upaya memberi dampak positif, inovatif, mendorong pertumbuhan
Mungkin
bersama dan konsisten,
kata-kata yang mau gue
mendorong
sampaikan sih,
pertumbuhan bersama dan berkembang menuju
kita
masa
kan
depan yang
sebagai
tangguh dan berkembang.
audit itu
Komitmen kami
bertugas
terus
untuk mengecek kewajaran ya.
menghadirkan dampak nyata bersama dan mendukung terwujudnya mimpi besar bersama. Tidak hanya memberikan jaminan, Jam Kerindo Syariah tidak hanya memberikan jaminan mendampingi setiap perjalanan, tetapi juga mendampingi setiap perjalanan Indonesia yang kuat, untuk membangun Indonesia yang kuat dan berlandaskan keadilan syariah yang terpercaya. Menjamin pertumbuhan, syariah menguatkan nilai. Menjamin pertumbuhan, menguatkan nilai.
Kopi kenangan premium series dengan kopi Arabica yang lebih kuat. Dan biji kopi Arabica premium Jawa Barat dan gula aren terbaik dari Garut, Jawa Barat. Arabica series from This is premium Arabica series from Kopi Kenangan. Dapatkan di toko terdekat sekarang juga. Dapatkan di toko terdekat sekarang juga.
Paraphrasing orgas, the ability to convey ideas with much greater clarity.
And we don't know the market yet.
Sarmas.
And we don't know the market yet.
Sarmas, bisa Inggris.
Portfolio diversification is the key.
Bisa Inggris. Empas, empus, pasti lulusan luar. Empas, empus, pasti lulusan luar.
Mereka itu belajar Inggris 2 arah pakai cakap. Tuh bisa chat, bisa private, siapa atau ramean. Dia dapat.
Loh, sekeluarga.
Siapa cakap, dia dapat.
Amazing, authentic green tea. Amazing, authentic green tea. Ocha, Itoe. Ocha,
Lebih sehat dengan Itoe. Lebih dari lebih sehat dengan Itoe. Itoe konsisten. Lebih dari 50 tawar sehat. Itoe konsisten. Membuat minuman tawar sehat aman diminum rutin setiap hari. Teh Itoe aman diminum rutin setiap hari.
Di tengah maraknya pilihan sertifikasi akuntansi saat ini, Anda mungkin bertanya-tanya, mana yang benar-benar diakui, mana yang menjamin masa depan karir Anda, dan mana yang kredibel. Regulasi terkini melalui Undang-Undang P2SK dan PP 43 Tahun 2025 dengan tegas mewajibkan penyusun laporan keuangan memiliki sertifikasi akuntan yang diakui secara legal dari akarnya. Pilihan yang kredibel datang dari akarnya. IAI merupakan rumah bagi profesi akuntan sejak 1957 dan penyusun standar akuntansi keuangan dan penjaga integritas profesi akuntan di Indonesia. Dengan pengalaman panjang sebagai pengawal kompetensi dan akuntabilitas, IAI bukan sekedar lembaga, melainkan jaminan kredibilitas dan pengakuan nyata dari masyarakat serta pemerintah. Jawaban dari masalah tersebut adalah sertifikasi Chartered Accountant Indonesia secara nasional. CA Indonesia tidak hanya diakui secara nasional, tetapi CA Indonesia juga dapat berjejaring secara global melalui Chartered Accountant. Jangan biarkan ketidakpastian menghambat karir Anda. Jangan biarkan ketidakpastian menghambat karir Anda. Pilih jalur yang pasti, pilih CA Indonesia. Daftar sekarang di CA Kompetensi Mastery Program.
Hah? Viral!
Hah?
Udah cross check belum?
Yakin viral?
Nat, ayo
Udah
Nat.
cross check belum? Salah info. Hati-hati.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham. Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan.
Newsline, setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Setiap hari live di Metro TV.
Guys, ayo ngumpul yuk ke depan semuanya. Ayo. Siap siap kalau misalnya. Oke.
Tasya Haji, mana dia orangnya?
Tes.
Nah,
Tes. Ayo ngumpul semuanya. Ayo.
dia kangen. Natasha, Nana. Ayo.
Bisnis Indonesia Group bertumbuh dan berkembang. Bisnis Indonesia Group zaman yang terus berkembang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan zaman yang terus media dan layanan. Dengan berbagai platform media dan layanan menjadi content provider company telah berubah menjadi content provider company mendukung kesuksesan Anda. Konten jurnalistik yang berkomprehensif menghadirkan konten jurnalistik yang komprehensif terpercaya dapat menjadi navigator konten yang terpercaya. Kami menjangkau berbagai kalangan segar. Era menjangkau berbagai kalangan, memacu kami era digitalisasi yang cepat, memacu kami untuk memberikan informasi yang cepat, relevan, dan berkualitas. Juga hadir dengan sederet layanan jasa. Juga hadir dengan sederet layanan jasa sebagai solusi aktivitas ekonomi masyarakat, riset bisnis, event management, riset bisnis, hingga platform pembelajaran e-commerce. Hingga platform pembelajaran daring senantiasa bisnis Indonesia Group senantiasa membuka ruang kolaborasi melewati bergerak maju bersama dan melewati kejayaan ekonomi dan mewujudkan kejayaan ekonomi Indonesia.
Perkembangan masyarakat bergerak maju sangat cepat. Perkembangan masyarakat bergerak maju sangat cepat. Kami dalam pergulatan teknologi informasi, kami menembus batas generasi. Foto, lewat infografis, live report, infografis, program-program unggulan, program-program unggulan. Kami terus berupaya menjadi media digital terbaik. Terus berupaya menjadi media digital terbaik.
ATV mengembangkan aplikasi DAI Plus sebagai aplikasi DAI Plus untuk menyebarkan sebagai kasih lebih luas. Untuk menyebarkan cinta kasih ada lebih dari 1.000 konten inspiratif. Ada lebih dari 1.000 konten inspiratif 10.000 telah diunduh oleh lebih dari 10.000 pengguna. DAI Plus hadir dengan tayangan yang memukau dan menenangkan hati. Dengan tayangan yang memukau dan menenangkan hati. Kisah bumi dan manusia. Bumi yang merekam kisah bumi dan manusia.
Bumi ini
Drama kisah nyata. Potret harmoni kehidupan kisah nyata. Potret harmoni kehidupan keluarga. Kisah-kisah humanis yang menyentuh hati. Kisah-kisah humanis yang menyentuh kartun animasi yang syarat hingga ragam kartun animasi yang syarat dipekerti.
Belajar untuk merelakan. Terkadang kita perbaikan diri untuk merelakan sesuatu demi
merasa lebih
kebaikan
baik
diri
sekarang.
sendiri.
Wah, aku merasa lebih baik
Ayo,
sekarang.
jadilah bagian dari gerakan media jadilah bagian dari gerakan media yang membawa harapan. Bersama-sama berkontribusi menciptakan bersama-sama yang harmonis. Berkontribusi lewat menciptakan masyarakat yang harmonis lewat teknologi. Satu sentuhan ribuan inspirasi. Satu sentuhan ribuan inspirasi. DAI Plus. Download sekarang inspiring content. DAI Plus. Discover inspiring content.
Ayo foto-foto. Foto. Halo teman-teman yang masih di atas mungkin boleh merapat. Biar kita juga cepat buat kelarnya dan kita foto. Kita roll call kali ya. Event. LAS. ETS. Inrek. LO. Kampung. Nggak bercanda. Siapa ya? Siapa lagi ya? SPR. CF. CF ada nggak? Oh, CF udah mau. MKT. MKT ada nggak?
MKT.
Visi. Yeay.
Kopi.
Oh, kompet nggak ada. Oke, udah. Ayo guys, yang masih di luar boleh masuk sebentar. Tapi kalau misalnya masih ada yang mau diurus, nggak apa-apa.
Ayo guys, yang masih di depan, segera masuk ke dalam.
Adnan.
Apa boleh setel bumper oke itu sekali lagi? Apa boleh setel bumper oke itu?
Ya, let's give huge round of applause. Woo! Malah, no. Oke. Oke. Terima kasih teman-teman semuanya. Coba kita tepuk tangan lagi yuk. Aduh, gue nggak tahu mau ngomong apa sih sejujurnya. Ya sudah sangat melebihi ekspektasi lah sebenarnya ya. Gak usah dibahas lagi lah. Sebenarnya apa? Oh, oke. Let me introduce myself. Yuk, aku pengen dong, staff boleh. Gue mau minta kasih pesan dan pesan lah buat insem kita hari ini lah. Coba lah. Yuk. Boleh deh. Project Officer _ Rezi Michael. Boleh. Selamat sore teman-teman The 25th ATV. Jadi gue sama Abdan mau ngucapin terima kasih kepada kalian semua. Karena kalian udah ngelakuin yang terbaik pada hari ini. Gue mewakili Abdan, bangga banget sama kalian. Kesan dan pesan hari ini ya. Kalau dari gue tuh kayak lumayan capek ya. Soalnya kan kayak mobilisasi yang baru datang terus yang keluar lumayan pegel terus kayak nggak duduk lah lumayan lama. Tapi untungnya ada teman-teman gue CCL sama divisi lain yang bisa backup. Oke, itu aja. Terima kasih. Apa ya? Semoga awarding night nggak brongs ya. Oke. Ada lagi nggak yang mau ngasih pesan dan kesan nih? Edo, boleh. Edo, gimana dok? Pesan dan kesan buat Pak Adi.
Halo semuanya. Ya. Jadi gini. Ya, terima kasih buat semuanya. Apa? Terima kasih buat semuanya. Semua divisi terutama enggak ada terutama, semuanya. Ya, udah bekerja keras sesuai dengan kapasitas masing-masing. Ya, semoga ATV makin maju ya. Udah itu aja. Jalan-jalan ke kota Arab. Mantap.
Oke, paling next. Gue pengen dari event dong. Kasih dulu kata-katanya boleh. Siapa perwakilan? Ades.
Enggak. Jadi sebelumnya gue ngucapin banyak-banyak terima kasih buat kalian semua. Tanpa kalian semua itu event gak bakal berjalan dengan baik. Dan insam kita gak bakal sebagus ini. Tepuk tangan dulu buat insam kita. Gue mau ngucapin permohonan maaf juga kalau misalnya gue agak-agak recet gitu tadi mungkin ke ITS, terus ke LO yang CCM, dan beberapa mungkin divisi yang mungkin gue sempat kayak ngomong sesuatu yang agak kurang pantas gitu ya. Jadi mohon dimaafkan karena kita juga udah mau puasa. Jadi mungkin maaf-maafan aja. Dan gue mengucapkan terima kasih banyak. Special thanks buat my beloved event. Karena jujur mereka keren banget dan mereka juga sangat support acara ini. Jadi ya gue berterima kasih lah buat kalian. Mungkin apa ya? Itu aja sih dari gue karena nggak bisa terdeskripsikan lagi. Karena gue merasa udah sangat keren, udah sangat improve dari tahun lalu. Walaupun ada beberapa ya sedikit-sedikit lah kita agak ada beberapa yang agak miss sedikit tapi it's okay. Kita wajarkan dan alhamdulillah semua dapat berjalan dengan baik. Mungkin itu dulu dari gua, mungkin dari Maria ada tambahan? Nggak ada. Dari Woro? Thank you guys.
Tapi gue capek. Oke, gue sedikit aja deh. Gue mau makasih banyak dari semua divisi yang gue dar-der tiba-tiba gue chat tengah malam paling terutama Adan karena desain gue banyak banget bertemu sama Adan dari bumper semua desain dadakan gue bertemu sama Adan. Makasih banyak. BTW, ini bumper ini hasilnya Adan guys, nih gong banget menurut gue. Makasih banyak. Di gue dar-der hamil 1 bumper. Oke. Terus juga Inrek, makasih banyak udah nanganin semua website yang banyak banget peserta recet ya. Alhamdulillah terjawab lah ya semuanya. Makasih juga buat LAS yang dari pagi di dar-der sama semua pihak kayaknya ya. Dari booth sama dari pihak FEB juga. LO, makasih banyak juga udah mau jadi CCM walaupun bukan job desk asli kalian. Tapi bersedia jadi CCM, gue berterima kasih. ITS, terima kasih atas penampilannya yang smooth menurut gue. Sangat smooth menurut gue, jadi nggak terlihat miss-nya. SPR dan CF, makasih banyak sponsornya, sudah banyak yang gong. Terima kasih atas insight-insightnya juga. Terus beberapa booth juga. MKT, makasih banyak medparnya, banyak yang gong juga. Terima kasih banyak. Divisi apa lagi yang belum gue mention? Visi, makasih banyak desainer Visi. Dokumentasinya juga makasih banyak. Dan terakhir event, makasih banyak udah gue mau marah-marahin untuk speaker. Tiap session gue marahin. Oke, makasih banyak semuanya atas dedikasi dan kerja kerasnya. Mungkin itu aja.
Ulang lagi War, belum di videoin.
Gue capek. Love you event.
Di bawah.
Oke, paling kalau dari gua sama Mike bangga banget lah sama TV sekarang. Ya apa ya? Oh iya, katanya nih War, bakal ada special performance dari divisi LO. Iya. Oh, dari awal. Dari awal. Oke. Yuk, baru awal. Ayo, awal.
Awal mau duit sama Bang.
Minta tolong perhatiannya guys.
Sebelumnya gue mau bilang makasih banyak buat kalian semua yang udah kerja keras banget hari ini dan makasih banyak atas kepercayaannya ke LO. Mohon maaf juga kalau misalnya hari ini LO banyak banget salahnya. Gue pun menyadari bahwa anak-anak gue juga masih banyak kurangnya selama jadi CCM. Jujur kita SBPH juga jujur sedih banget ya ngelihat tadi ada yang sampai bilang ke kita dan ditegur salah satu anak kita nggak berperilaku baik ketika lagi jadi CCM. Teman-teman, jujur ini gue mewakili teman-teman BPH dan mungkin Nathan juga sebagai PI. Mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya kalau misalnya eh aduh gue pengen nangis. Gue minta maaf kalau misalnya ada anak gue yang nggak baik selama acara berlangsung. Gue bisa make share ke depannya kita bakal training lagi lebih baik, apalagi masih ada final day. Gue janji nanti di final day kita akan kerja lebih baik lagi, kita akan adain training lebih lagi, kita akan turutin semua SOP-nya. Oke, mungkin gue nggak perlu sebutin orangnya siapa, tapi buat yang terakhir gue mau ngucapin happy birthday ya. Gimik kok, gimik maaf. Gimik.
Hebat, hebat, hebat. Raya,
Aduh. Oke. Enggak sih, aku nggak mau ngomong apa-apa. Aku cuma pengen. Enggak. Ya. Oke, aku nggak mau ngomong apa-apa. Aku cuma pengen ngomong makasih banyak semuanya. Makasih banyak semuanya. Makasih banyak ucapannya. Makasih banyak doanya. Semoga doanya bisa kembali ke kalian semua. Amin.
happy birthday Raya. Oke, next kita foto bersama. Let's go. Film gitu. Ayo guys, merapat dulu yuk kita ke depan. Biar abis ini kalau mau ada foto divisi bisa. Ayo yuk kita foto bareng dulu yuk. Ayo. iPhone 17 Pro Max ready nggak? Ayo ready nggak iPhone 17 Pro Max? Oh, boleh. Boleh. Sagap, ready? Es. Tolongnya gimana ya? Ada. Sampai. Sekarang fotonya. Ya. Ayo.
Ayo teman-teman, visi maju sambil dibantu buat fotonya. Jack, tolong menerima luka di Jerry Max dong.
Salah nggak ya tapi?
Teman-teman langsung ambil posisi. Lu berdua nggak mau foto?
Itu kan paling depan.
Yuk dipercepat. Ku pergi sakit.
Ayo yuk, masuk yuk semua yuk.
Masuk semua dulu.
Masuk aja.
Ini visi masuk dulu aja. Visi foto.
Ayo Alda masuk aja Alda. Masuk.
Sebentar ya Mas.
Minjem biril dong.